Isn't Zoom polite? They tell you when you're going live.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it is. Okay, so this is how I'm going to start it. Hey everyone, Scott Roberts here from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and welcome to the 116th Global Star Party with the theme of Journey.
Oh my gosh, I see it. That is amazing. Whoa, that is so cool.
Of course, the theme of Journey resonates with most of us that are astronomers because of the amazing journey that we're all on as we're learning more and more about our universe. It seems that discoveries never stop, and that often old theories have to be revised or completely thrown out as we learn more about the true nature of our universe. We're going to start tonight with Pranvera Hyseni from Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo. You might have followed her on social media as she worked towards educating the public about astronomy, and her struggles, her triumphs, and all of that have been remarkable. Now she's at the point where they're starting to build what I believe is one of the first observatories, public observatories anyways, in Kosovo, and so she's very proud of that, and we're proud of it too. And so she is going to be co-hosting the event with me tonight. We'll of course introduce David Levy, who always does a great introduction and poetry for Global Star Parties. Very happy to have him. John Goss from the Astronomical League will be joining us to talk about the conjunction of the Moon, Venus, and Uranus. David Eicher continues on with his Dave's Exotic Deep Sky Objects, which can be told the way that he describes the universe is awesome. For as long as he's been doing it, you would think that Dave might get tired of talking about deep sky, galaxies, and nebula and that kind of thing, but he doesn't, and he makes it just absolutely fascinating every time. Dr. Caitlin Ahrens from Goddard Space Flight Center will be on, and she's going to be talking about the 54th Lunar and Planetary Science Conference. So it's nice to get some insight from the professional world. Dr. Frank Marches from Unistellar, sorry, I stumbled on that. You can see the Unistellar display behind me. Actually, we're going to have a lot of these telescopes. We're starting to set up our displays for the Northeast Astronomy Forum that's coming up this April. And so then we're expecting Nico the Hammer to join us to talk about astrophotography. Ed Seaman from the Northeast Astronomy Forum will be joining us, giving us updates on who will be talking, what will be going on at the 2023 NEEF event. This is, if you've been following NEEF, you'll know that this is the first time in a long time that they've been able to pull together the event to do it in person. So that's great. Cesar Brolo will be on with us. John Schwartz from Drawing Out the Universe, he's got new drawings. Robert Reeves is going to start a whole series with us about the moon as he takes us across the lunar surface in photos that he's done. The guy knows the moon like the back of his hand. And of course, Dr. Marcello Souza, as he goes on to talk about astronomy in Brazil. So thank you again for joining us, and I'll turn it over to Pranvera.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you very much. I hope everyone is able to hear me very well. Hi, everyone from Dublin here in Ireland. I'm Pranvera Hyseni from Republic of Kosovo, and currently residing in San Jose in California, where I'm pursuing a PhD in planetary science at UC Santa Cruz, focusing on mostly on minor planets, trying to understand the organic content of meteorites and comparing that spectrally with low albedo asteroids and cometary surfaces, and try to make constraints on the distributions of these materials, which is quite exciting. And at the same time, I'm the founder of the Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo that was founded in 2015 in Kosovo. And ever since then, my organization and I, we had a goal where we wanted to, of course, popularize the astronomy in the Republic of Kosovo. And our country, which most of you know, has been through really terrible past, where in the last very recently came out of the war and the conflict that ended up really badly, and somehow we had to start everything from zero in every aspect. And of course, education is one of the things that is very powerful for every country, for every person, and we were aiming to focus mostly on science, especially astronomy, which is a science that not everybody thinks it's important, but when you're in a country that you don't have a lot of resources, people seem to just kind of not go after it because they're not going to have a lot of opportunities and all of it. But we are here to inspire the young generation to pursue dreams, to pursue STEM-related fields. And I am actually one of those that wanted to go and pursue, something in planetary science, something that not every student in Kosovo wants to probably do, and we want to change that. So ever since we founded ALK, we had in plans how we can bring and how we can make the science of astronomy more exciting to the people of Kosovo. And we started by collecting different telescopes and setting them up in public squares in different schools, cooperating with people. And of course, everyone seemed to very much appreciate, like we had missed for so much, like the sky above Kosovo was like shredded in darkness, like everyone was ignoring what's up there, and we had no clue how beautiful these things were and how interesting and how science works and how these things form. So kind of bringing that perspective in our country was something very new, something that nobody had done before, and it just took the attention of everybody. And seeing how everybody was very excited about that, we kept going and going, and we wanted to grow our outreach activities. We wanted to find the best ways to present the science, not just astronomy, but we're talking about planetary science and physics and chemistry and all of these, how we can make them more interesting to the public. And we also came up with an idea that Kosovo does not have, a science center, unfortunately. And long time ago, my board and I were discussing how we can build something and we can operate it and have an observatory, have a planetarium like every other country in the world. And of course, making this as a nonprofit organization, it was not easy because you have to have the resources, you have to have the funds. It's a long process. So in like 8 years since we started, meeting with government officials and explaining our idea. And then finally, it took 5 years for the government of Kosovo to open their eyes and listen to our idea. And finally, they decided to invest 310,000 euros to build the first planetarium and observatory in Kosovo that will not only remain a planetarium and an observatory, but it's the aim of it. The goal is to be a science center. I am, in fact, going to share just some photos of it, how it will look like as I speak. So that's how the building is going to look like. It's not a very big building. It will have a planetarium that will probably be able to fit around 50 people. We already have a projector with a spherical mirror donated that will be set up there. We have different shows that we have been offered, and we're going to translate them in Albanian so that when schools come by, we will have different shows, different informations all the time. And then, of course, the observatory it will be consisting of the telescope that will be set up there. Not only one, Celestron has donated a 14-inch edge telescope that will be installed there, and we're also planning to have a solar telescope on top of it attached, that we will be able to look at the sun, or maybe 2 or 3. I don't know yet. We will have to decide, because we want to make sure that the observatory will be operational also during the day, because we want to look at the sun in different wavelengths, hydrogen alpha, calcium K, visible light, and then in the evening we can also look at other objects with the C14. And of course, as you saw, we have a beautiful roof where we have other space areas to set up other telescopes that our organization contains. And then inside the building, there is enough room. We'll have the lobby, we'll have classrooms, remote control areas to control the telescopes from downstairs, so that we don't have to always be in the dome. And this every time since we started thinking about this project, the idea was to make this a science center where every person that walks in this building, when they leave, they will leave with basic knowledge of the fundamentals of science. So we will have all the lobby, we will use every corner to display, to make exhibitions, to have, all the sciences involved, not just astronomy. We want to start from the origin of the universe, from the Big Bang. We want the evolution of the stars, all the planets, manned missions. We want to do chemistry. We want to explain the structure of atoms and fusion and nuclear fusion. And then we want to do like geology, for instance. We want to have like mineral displays, meteorite displays, to have things that every science center around the world has. And this could be very exciting, because Kosovo has never had anything like this before. And to me, not that it's only important and a very successful achievement for ALK, but this is a very, very great miracle for Kosovo, because we have been able to accomplish something that we have never had before. And this is going to help a lot of students to learn, to develop their interest in science. And it's a start. This thing may expand later on, all of it, but every person that wants to know more about science, at least they will have a door where to knock and come and learn about this. I started from zero. I had nobody. I didn't have anyone walk up to my town or in my classroom with a telescope or any of it. I started from nothing, and then I had people around the world that helped me out and gave me telescopes and other equipments I could use, and that's how I started out. But now it's my duty and my organization's duty to help other children in Kosovo and other people in general of all ages. I am just going to show some photos, because the Science Center has started to, the construction started last December. I was not there for when they laid the foundation, but these are some of the photos from the construction. And of course, I had to closely monitor the construction, because when you build an observatory, you have to keep in mind that you want to have the pier, that it's isolated from the rest of the building. You want to know how high the walls of the planetariums are. So this whole project that we designed was in collaboration with professional architects, with engineers, with astronomers, because we all were talking together how we can make this work. Because even for the architects of Kosovo, they have never walked in an observatory before, planetariums. For them, it wasn't easy to design something that they have never seen. So I was very proud how this turned out and how this is actually moving along. It's a lot of progress. So this is going to be the planetarium inside. It's 9 meters across. And this is the telescope here. It's going to be fully isolated from both the second floor, the upper floor, and also the foundation, so that when we walk around, we don't cause any vibrations. These are where the observatory is going to be. And that's again the planetarium. And here they were filling up the planetarium with cement all around the walls before they start up building the dome on top of it. This is the observatory dome from inside, where they're preparing everything to build the walls. And I am just very excited. I was able to go to Kosovo in this trip for only 3 days, and I went there exclusively to check out how the progress is going on. And I was very happy, very proud. I can't wait for this thing to be fully constructed, and we're anticipating that the object will be finished or fully completed by July of this year. But then we're gonna spend a couple of months finishing all the interior design, all the displays and exhibitions, and we're hoping that by March, by next spring of next year, we will be able to be fully operational. And I hope all of you will be able to join us and visit us at some point. So thank you very much, Scott. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask.
That's great. Thank you very much. Pranvera, you mentioned that you might have a grand opening coming up this spring. So I know that you don't know the exact date yet, but when it does happen, please let me know, and we'll do our best to spread the word, and so that we can all lend some sort of support. I'm also curious, Astronomy Outreach in Kosovo does so many good things, and it does, projects like this and organizations like this need support. What's the best way, someone feels moved to lend some support, what's the best way for them to do that now?
Yeah, we have actually a GoFundMe still ongoing on GoFundMe site, which is the Kosovo Observatory. And that's where we started collecting funds for this observatory, because of course the government is funding the construction part of the observatory. And when this goes operational, of course, it requires a lot of other things, including, the tech part, the audio part, a lot of things. For instance, for the planetarium, there is an astronomer, Hab Griffin, a very good friend of mine from South Carolina, who has donated, committed himself to donating the audio system for the planetarium. But now, if we want to have a very nice display with very nice monitors and pictures and high resolution, projectors and all of that, of course, all of this needs to, funds. And we are thinking about how to come up with ideas to collect funds to make all the design and all the tech part, the computers for the control room and all of it. And even people that, if they have things like a monitor or a computer and they're not using it and they don't know what to do with it, just let me know, and I am in United States, and you can just ship it to me and I can carry it to Kosovo, because we are in need of all that. And sure. And of course other softwares that you use for, like sky maps and other things that all go with the setup for the telescopes. We are welcome to any kinds of donations, not just financial. But yeah, that's the link. If you go and Google it, Kosovo Observatory and GoFundMe, everyone will be able to.
Yeah, I was able to find it right away, and I put the link into chat. So that's great. Okay, well, I will give you, Pranvera, since you are the co-host of this event, I'll give you the opportunity to introduce David Levy, who is our next speaker.
Yeah, I'm actually honored to be able to introduce David Levy, which I actually grew up reading about his discoveries and all that. David Levy, as I'm aware, lives in Arizona still, right? And David Levy is going to have its own introduction dedicated to poetry related with astronomy and space, and I'm very happy to invite him to this show.
Well, thank you very much, Pranvera, and I really did enjoy listening to your wonderful introduction just now. If you go back to the long and ancient history of Kosovo, the actual looking at the stars has gone on for millennia into the past. And I'm so delighted that in a new way, it is now going to continue. For my poem today, I have something that you're all familiar with. I think it's Sarah Williams' 1868 poem. Excuse me, The Old Astronomer to His Pupil. Reach me down, it was published in 1868. Reach me down, my Tycho Brahe, I would know him when we meet. When I share my later science, sitting humbly at his feet, he may know the law of all things, yet be ignorant of how we are working to completion. Well, if I can get my voice back, I can continue this. Working on from then to now. Pray remember that I leave you all my theory complete, lacking only certain data for your adding as is meet. And remember men will scorn it, 'tis original and true. And the obloquy of newness may fall bitterly on you. But my pupil, as my pupil, you have learned the worth of scorn. You have laughed at me with pity. We have joyed to be forlorn. What for us are all distractions of men's fellowship and smiles? What for us the goddess pleasure with her meretricious smiles? And you may tell that German college that their honor comes too late, but they must not waste repentance on the grisly savant's fate. Though my soul may set in darkness, it will rise in perfect light. I have loved the stars too fondly to be fearful of the night. Thank you, and back to you.
Great. Thank you very much, David. That's awesome. I don't think I've heard all of the that verse before, so it's nice to hear it, because right at the very end, you know what's coming. So it's lovely, and so thank you. Pranvera, I want to thank you too for coming on and helping us kick off our 116th event. So
Congratulations.
we hope to have 116 more. So, but I know it's getting late. You're welcome to stay as you'd like to, or comment as we go along. But the next person we're going to.
Thank you so much, Scott, for inviting me to be part of this. It's always a pleasure to come here and get to catch up with all of you. And I often see all of these shows, even though I don't have the time always to join. But thanks again for the opportunity, and thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah, enjoy your time in Dublin. Take care. Okay, all right. So we will bring on John Goss. John has been a leader not only in just amongst amateur astronomers, but also with the largest federation of astronomy clubs, which is the Astronomical League. John has been served as president. He's the guy behind many things going on at the Astronomical League, and he's a fantastic speaker. So we are going to turn to John. He's also very humble. He's like shaking his head. No, it's not me, but it is you. And we're really happy to have you on the 116th program.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Scott. That's a little unexpected, but there is a little bit of truth into it, but then that truth gets stretched out quite a bit. So, the Astronomical League is, our organization is composed of 22,000 members or so. And there are a lot of people who do a lot of things. And if it wasn't for their efforts and the time they put into it, we'd be dead in the water, and I would just be kind of standing there smiling, looking around, not doing much of anything. Now. So I thank all the volunteers that we have for all their efforts and their contributions, and I sincerely hope that they continue with what they've been doing, because we do have a great organization that's been built over the years. I'd like to screen share something here. See what I can do. Good, thank you. I'd like to start out by giving a big plug for the Astronomical League. Just give a brief description of what the organization is, what it's all about, type of things it does. We'll start out, as you can see, we have two sides of a rack card. The first thing there is ALCON, which I'll discuss in a minute. That's our national convention every year. On the back side of the rack card, we have listed here just a few of the many things that the League is involved with. We put out a quarterly magazine called The Reflector, and in it we have news about amateur astronomy across the country and the world. We have members submit incredible photos. Members submit lots of articles, and plus there's just League news about what's going on with the Astronomical League, its regions and its members and so on. We also have observing programs. So it's probably what we're most famous for. I'm not going to go through all these because it's going to take way too long, but we have like 70 observing programs. So that's that helps encourage our members to get out under the stars and actually do some observing. We also do a whole bunch of awards. And again, I can't go through all of them because there are a whole bunch, but I will personally thank Scott Roberts and Explore Scientific for sponsoring, for being one of our major sponsors on these. We have youth awards and some adult recognition awards, which we try to give out every year, and it's a big help. Now, I could go on with these youth awards, and maybe someday I will, because occasionally I receive word from years of past years winners and how these awards have affected their lives. And it's amazing. These awards are not given to have these young people become astronomers. That's nice, of course, but these awards are really given to open up their minds to what their life could be, going into some technical field, including physics and astronomy, but encourages them to get out there and expand their horizons. So, and that I can say is a complete success there. We also issue monthly sky maps and activities. One of those, which I'll be discussing here tonight. Anyway, I'm gonna get off this page because this isn't really why I'm here. Maybe I won't. Come on.
The League won't let you
There
go.
we go. There we go.
There you go.
Okay, ALCON, our Astronomical League convention. This year it'll be in Baton Rouge, end of July. Funny thing about Baton Rouge, I can say things like this because I'm from, believe it or not, I'm from Louisiana. So I was asking one of the members to describe it in July, and he said, well, come to Baton Rouge and find the difference between humidity and oppressive humidity. And I go, yeah, it is. It's pretty humid there in the summertime. But remember, every place is air conditioned. So don't let that turn you off for going to Baton Rouge. Now, with us tonight, we have two speakers on this program who will also be there. Dave Eicher, who you'll be hearing from in a little bit, and David Levy, who you've just heard from. Both of these guys, unless they have chickened out for that oppressive humidity, will be there. And we have a number of other speakers as well. Plus, there will be some tours of the local astronomy and physics sites of the area. Probably the most famous one would be LIGO. And I think a lot of people will want to see that. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it's a limited tour, so you got to be one of the first ones to sign up to be able to go. But there are some other tours planned as well. You have your LSU physics and astronomy, and some local observatories and planetariums and so on. But anyway, now this is why I'm here tonight. One of the things we like doing with the Astronomical League is trying to get people to get out and do some observing. It doesn't have to be any complex, high-tech observing. We have a thing here, which is something that's going to be happening or starting to happen in the next couple of nights. And all you really need is a pair of binoculars, your standard 10 by 50 binoculars. In fact, I often use my birding binoculars, my 8 by 32, simply because they're easier to carry. But big opportunity to see the planet Uranus. It's been 242 years since Uranus was discovered. In fact, I believe it was discovered in the month of March, so it's almost exactly 242. And a lot of people really haven't seen it, or they just kind of brush right by it. Well, this is your chance to have another peek at it, because it's easy to find, or it will be easy to find on March 24th. And again, very easy to find on in the last week of March. On the 24th, the really pretty crescent moon. It'll be a nice thin crescent, seemingly full with Earth shine. So it's quite eye-catching. It'll be right next to Uranus, and using this chart, you can easily spot what's the planet and what's the star. It'll be one of the brightest, I won't say stars because I'll get in trouble, one of the brightest star-like objects there, to the lower left of the moon, about 2 moon diameters away from it. So if you can get out there on the 24th, go ahead and give it a look. But if you missed out, the following week, Venus comes in. The moon leaves, so forget about the moon in another week. But Venus comes into the scene, sliding across the field of view, beginning on March 28th and going until April 1st. You can use that as a nice guide as well. This is another depiction of it. On what night is today's Tuesday? Okay, on Thursday night, Venus will be one field of view off to the lower right of where the moon is and where Uranus is. So it gives you an idea of where it is right now. But over the next week, the planet will be chugging along and eventually catch up to Uranus, and you'll be able to see it on at its closest approach sometime on March 29th or March 30th. Again, this is something, use binoculars to find. And it's well worth your time. Great thing about binoculars, it takes you, 30 seconds to go to the cabinet and pull them out and undo the strap and all that and head outside. You got them right there. And nice wide field of view, you'll be able to find it pretty easily. Give it a shot. Now, I also like describing what you're actually seeing, or why you're seeing, or why it looks the way it does, why the scene looks the way it does. Well, we do have Venus and Uranus appearing almost in the same line of sight. And that is simply because Venus is coming from around the sun, and Uranus is quite a bit further away, and those two happen to be in the same line of sight. In the next few weeks, Venus will move away from Uranus, and it just won't be a big deal about it anymore. Something to think about. And also, I like thinking about, how far away these things are. We joke around about, light minutes and miles and all this. Well, here's a little chart here, which gives you an idea that if you were driving a car, nonstop to Uranus from Earth, traveling at your normal freeway speeds, it would take you about 3,100 years to get there. That's pretty far. That's pretty far. And light takes a little over 2 hours to get there, and 1.9 billion miles. Now, Venus is much closer, but it's still far. I mean, when you think about it, may be just 0.115 billion miles right now, but it still takes a car traveling freeway speeds nonstop, no bathroom breaks, no sleeping breaks, no food, 190 years to reach Venus from where it is right now. That's crazy. So, but that is one reason why I think astronomy, amateur astronomy, is so amazing, because we deal with these numbers, which are kind of ridiculous when you think about it. They roll off our lips, and there's billions and millions and all this stuff. We just take it all in stride. But that is pretty cool, I think. So keep that in mind when you're looking at it. Now, what will you see? Well, I have a friend, Michael Good, who belongs to the Astronomy Club. I belong to the Roanoke Valley Astronomical Society, and he's taken pictures of Uranus, and I'm going to show you what he has now. And I appreciate Michael showing this to me, but you look at this, you think, well, yeah, But you know, this is 1.9 billion miles away. It's a planet. It is so far that it's pretty small in the sky. Now, when you use your binoculars to see Uranus, it's going to look like a star. Obviously, it's not a star, but it'll look like a star. It will not show a disk. You have to have a decent sized telescope. Well, you have to be showing something like 200 power for that. And you will end up with a little disk like this. And, you know, it is so far away, you won't see much detail. But this gives you an idea of what a really nice telescope can show for Uranus. All these observations you make can be applied to some of the League's programs, observing programs, namely two of them. The Solar System Observing Program, observers. Venus is one of the objects, obviously, and it is coming into a really good spot in the sky late spring through midsummer. It'll be close enough that even a regular pair of binoculars can show a really nice crescent in the sky. Be small, be very small, but you should be able to see it just with a pair of binoculars. And also with the observing programs, we have the Lunar Observing, which you can note certain objects or features on the moon for these programs. So I encourage you to go to astroleague.org and look at the observing programs, and you will see that there are many programs for beginners and intermediates and advanced people too. But if you're coming into the hobby, there's some really nice ones for you to start out with. I encourage you to check that out. One more slide, and then I'll turn it back over to Scott. Next month, April 28th. Yeah, that's in a month, a little over a month from now. The Astronomical League will be presenting its, I will say, its monthly program. We didn't have one last month, or excuse me, this month we aren't going to have one. But it'll be on a Friday evening. We have an evening of astronomy, a lot like the Global Star Party, in which we will have several speakers talk about various things in the sky, talk about what's going on with the League. Now, you may all know Michael Bakich, and certainly know Dave Eicher knows him. And Michael's been gracious enough to offer to speak to our AL Live bit about the upcoming total solar eclipse. This is not too early to start thinking about it. In fact, in some aspects, it might even be a little on the late side. Hotel rooms might be kind of hard to find now. But it is an eclipse coming up, and that is something for us all to see and enjoy. And I'm looking forward to hearing what Michael Bakich has to say about this. With that, I'm going to turn it back over, and I want to appreciate everybody who have put up with my nonsense here for talking about all this. I appreciate all of that. Let's get off that. Good. And I encourage everyone, not right now because you're watching the program here, but over the next couple nights, go out and have a look with binoculars, or you can use your telescope too. With binoculars, we've got a couple of these babies. They aren't really all that sophisticated, but in a way they are, because they are precision instruments. Go out and look at the moon and Uranus. Next week, look at Venus and Uranus too. It gives you something to think about. That's all I have, Scott. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you so much, John. Now, people that want to join the Astronomical League, where should they go at this point?
Well, we try to make it as difficult as possible.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
actually,
your membership's growing by thousands. So
it is.
Yeah,
it is.
So,
I kind of joke when I say that, but there is some truth to it, simply because we are refurbishing our website, so it's hard to find things properly spaced on our website. But we've been saying this for a while, but we really are nearing completion on it. You can join two ways. We have a membership program called the Member at Large, which an individual can join, and there is a spot on our website telling how to do this. But most members, out of that 20,000, 22,000, I'd say 21,300 become members through an astronomy club that they belong to. We have like over 300 clubs across the country that are members of our organization. And if you belong to one of those clubs, most of the time you are automatically a member of the Astronomical League. That's probably the two best ways of joining.
Great. Okay. All right.
There is
Oh,
something
and
I would like
we-
to add. There's something I would like to add, if that's okay. I really did enjoy John's presentation. And David Eicher and I will be at the David and I will be at the league meeting in Baton Rouge this summer. And on a personal note, New Orleans is a very personal city for me. My grandparents, my mother's parents, lived there most of their lives after my grandmother moved there after she was part of the group expelled from Russia in the early 20th century. And but on a personal note, my mom was born in New Orleans. So
Ah,
I am
did not
really
know that.
looking forward to coming to Baton Rouge for the
Well, I
league
think
convention this summer.
And another good thing for our viewers, since I got both you guys on here on my screen right now, with our viewers, if you come to on Baton Rouge, bring your books that these guys have written and get them autographed. You know, bring a pen too, and so they can't sneak out of it. But I'm sure they would be happy to sign it for you. I would. So, I mean, I'm not shy about it, and I think they'd enjoy it too. So.
I think we're both going to do book signings there.
I'm really looking forward to it. And thanks so much for having us, John, there. It's going to be great fun. I love Baton Rouge. It's my favorite red stick of all. And I will be not only enjoying the meeting so much, but then I'll be sneaking off to do a little Civil War history after the meeting is done too down in the area. So
Yeah, well,
thanks.
if you want Civil War stuff, that's the place to go.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I know. I know you got a lot of people out there going through their dictionary right now. What's it? Red stick? What's he talking about? What's red stick? Well, come to Baton Rouge and find out.
Astronomy and history with David Eicher.
right. That's right.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, John. We are going to go ahead and well, he's already here. It's David Eicher,
It's
in chief
you know,
of Astronomy magazine.
Scott, once you let me on here, it's hard to get rid of me. I want to give you a warning.
No, it's wonderful to have you on, and we're going for a deep dive into more exotic objects. So I'm excited to take that dive with you. And as you mentioned before, I think you only have something like several hundred more to go. So
We only have 431 more to go. So unless you're smart enough to throw me off the program, we've got 8.2 more years of these worth to talk
that's
about.
awesome. That's
We're
awesome.
going to talk
We've
about
been going almost 3 years now. So
every object that's ever been seen in the
ever.
sky, ever. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Well, I'm going to bring on guys that will do like the Hubble Guide Star Catalog and the SAO Star Catalog and so on and so on. But they'll have to wait in line because you're first, okay?
Thank you, Scott, so much. And thanks for putting up with me and having me. And I will share my screen and see if I can start a PowerPoint show. And do you see the graphic of two merging black holes, the result of which, by the way, would be gravitational waves that would be detected by LIGO? Just to reference back to John there. Do you see that graphic now?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, pay no attention to that. It has nothing to do with anything. Okay, forget that. Okay, just let's move on from that. But instead, tonight we'll talk about another strange object, and we've started up near the north celestial pole, and we're working our way over a long time southward. But this is the Lemon Slice Nebula here, IC 3568, which is in northerly.
I'm
sorry?
All we're seeing is just white screen.
Yeah, yes, I know. Instead of showing you the whole thing here, I'm going to go one line at a time now. See, that's after about 5 years, I figured out how to do this on PowerPoint now. It's a slow learning curve, but eventually I learned. Okay. So this is an interesting nebula because of about 3,000 planetaries. You know, remember our old friend William Herschel and his collaborators named planetary nebulae because they look like things like Uranus in the telescope. But they're, of course, the sloughed off gas from dying solar mass stars, essentially, how stars like the sun die. So this is one of about 3,000 planetaries in our galaxy. Most of them, though, are very asymmetrical. And this one, the Lemon Slice Nebula, which is in Camelopardalis, close to Polaris, only a few degrees away from Polaris, this is really the poster child for a very symmetrical planetary nebula. So I mentioned it's IC 3568. It's very young, which is part of what contributed to its symmetry, we believe. But the mechanisms of how planetaries form exactly are not perfectly understood yet, you know, which is probably easy for you to believe. So it's really small. It's only, I think it's about 4/10 of a light year in diameter. So it's a young planetary. You know, much less than the maximum age of dispersing this material back into the interstellar medium, which is about 50,000 years. And it's fairly faint. It's about a 12th magnitude nebula overall. And the central star is about 12th magnitude as well, which you can see. This object is about 4,500 light years away. So it's unusual, and you'll see why. It's one of the simplest nebulae known, and it's not exactly understood why, but the material coming off of this elderly star, which is in the throes of going out of its lifetime, if you will, has come off very, very symmetrically and evenly, which is almost never the case. So it makes a very unusual and interesting telescopic target. And it does have a bright, as I've talked about before, planetaries will sort of belch off the first stages of material that come off of the dying star at a very low velocity. But then there's higher velocity material that follows, and it's kind of that shock front that will often illuminate the nebula very well so that we can see it across the galaxy. This nebula has a sort of a brighter, higher velocity inner region that's only about 2/10 of a light year across. So this is much smaller than the whole physical diameter of our solar system, by the way. This is how you see the interaction. This one was discovered by Robert Aitken at Lick Observatory with the 12-inch telescope at Lick in the year 1900. This is a latecomer, which explains why it's in the index catalog. It eluded the Herschels in their fundamental observations that put together the NGC. So again, this is a little tiny section of Ron Stoyan's incredibly nice atlas, the Interstellarum Deep Sky Atlas. You can see the Lemon Slice Nebula here. It's way up north, and there's not a whole lot there around it. It's in a fairly sparse part of Camelopardalis with a couple of nice Struve double stars nearby it. If you look at the Lemon Slice Nebula through a small to medium-sized telescope at low to moderate powers, this is a pretty good representation of what it looks like, which is, not all that unlike Uranus, which we just saw a nice image of as well. That's sort of blue-greenish, slightly larger than a stellar disk. If you go to high powers, though, in a large backyard telescope, you'll be able to see those two areas of the disk, and you can see the inner, brighter, faster velocity material that is creating this shock front in the nebula and the central star there pretty nicely as well. And if you can rent time on the Hubble Space Telescope, this is one of the early images that was taken of this object with Hubble in the mid-1990s. And I don't know if you remember the great Jim Kaler, who we lost late last year. He named this object, gave it its popular name, from this image that was taken with Hubble. This is the image that led him to name it the Lemon Slice Nebula. And Jim Kaler was really something. It's a shame he lived to a ripe old age, but we lost him late last year. He was down at Champaign-Urbana, and he was one of the maybe you could even say handful of real experts on stellar astronomy, stellar classification, who was really writing a lot about that in the world. If you go and look at popular books about classification of stars, important stars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, about 2/3 of them in the last 20 years were written by Jim Kaler. So he left an incredible legacy for us about stellar astronomy. This is a slightly more recent HST image that shows you in a little bit better detail the phases of expansion of the lemon slice in not this sort of false color, if you will, but a little bit more natural, oxygen-y color of a planetary, if you will, with the inner detail. And you can see this, even though, there's this interaction between the inner and the outer regions, the older outer region and the inner newer region, it's incredibly symmetrical. Most planetaries are very asymmetrical. Many of them are bipolar even, and so this is quite unusual for its symmetry. Just again to remind you, shamelessly, commercially, Astronomy Magazine we're in the midst of our 50th anniversary year. We've got a bunch of special things coming up. Here's a cover that you haven't seen yet because we just produced it yesterday, released it, and so this issue will be coming soon. Black holes and a whole lot more. And the August issue of Astronomy will be an oversized anniversary issue that will have all sorts of special features in it. So we're working on that one right now. And then just to close the loop on Michael Bakich, this is the book that Michael and I wrote recently here on a child's introduction to space exploration to help inspire kids to get interested in this new era of space that we're in.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So that's all I have tonight, Scott. I'm down to 429 objects left now. I am ashamed to say.
Yeah, it's sad to know that the end is coming,
Yes, the end is coming 8.25 years from now. So unless I'm thrown off beforehand, which would be completely understandable. But so that's all I have tonight, Scott, the Lemon Slice Nebula, and I think we will go into some interesting nebulae again, but also some galaxies coming up in the next few weeks.
Galaxies are my favorite. That's the whole reason I got into amateur astronomy, was I wanted to see that fossil light. So
you know what that proves, Scott, that you like galaxies so much? It proves that you're a damn good man. That's what that proves. All this nearby really bright stuff that gets in the way of galaxies, in the solar system,
with
as
the
we call
rings
it.
around it and stuff, is just
That anybody can see. It's right here, okay, in front of you. The galaxies are where it's at. Yeah.
Well, thanks very much, David. So,
thanks, Cal.
and Timothy Ferris, if you're listening to this program again, thank you very much. It's his fault that I got really into all this stuff.
Yes, and me too. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks very much,
Dad.
David. We'll see you next week. Take care.
Yes, indeed. See you, man.
Okay. All right. Take care. Okay. So it's been a while since she's been on our programs, but Dr. Caitlin Ahrens is a planetary scientist. Her specialty was like planetary ices, which maybe I'm sure she's still an expert about it. But she's at Goddard Space Flight Center, and she comes back to tell us all about, the 54th Lunar and Planetary Space Conference. So, Caitlin, thank you very much for coming on to Global Star Party.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here again. Boy, I have missed you guys so much. It has been a ride. My goodness. So yeah, whenever I got a text from Scott, like, what you got? I was like, hey, I just came back from this Lunar and Planetary Science
Awesome.
Conference. So good timing on your part, Scott.
Thank you.
So it has been quite a year. So this is a yearly Lunar and Planetary Science Conference nationwide, and we open it up internationally as well. We all huddle around just north of Houston, Texas, for a whole week. And it's just nonstop planetary science from about 8:30 in the morning to like 5 p.m. in the evening. So it is truly just jam-packed. There's talks going on in like 5 different rooms all at the same time. NASA headquarters will come in and give us updates on the good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, it's all open to us. It's all our journey together. It's all a matter of just what's everybody doing, and it's this one giant, very weird family reunion for a whole week. And you get to make new connections. We allow students to come in. Sometimes the students are also presenting work as well, which is really fantastic. But we get all the updates. Like I said, some are good, some are bad, and so happy to share some stuff that has been released during that conference. So the big one is might be pretty obvious. It's the Artemis program coming up. So Artemis 1 was a success. Hooray. It launched back in November 16th of 2022. Hooray. Okay, that was our big milestone there. Artemis 2 is slated for November 2024. So that's already been just in the books. We're getting ready for it. The Artemis 2 crew will be announced the first week of April. So keep an ear out for that. That's going to be really, really exciting. It's coming up. For Artemis 3 and 4, we now have our project scientists announced through NASA. So that's going to be really exciting because Artemis 3 for 2025, we're finally going to put boots on the ground, south pole of the moon. And there's a lot of challenges with that as well. And then happy to answer questions about that as well. But having project scientists, big whoop, what does this mean? Well, this means that we have scientists taking the helm of making sure, just the ringleaders, essentially, just making sure the program runs well. What do the engineers need? What do any of our contractors need? What about stakeholders? All the different side contracts, private business partners versus NASA. So you're dealing with private space companies and also government as well. It's truly just going to be an interesting experience, to be sure, and much bigger and louder than Apollo. Not to say Apollo wasn't great. Apollo was fantastic, and we had a lot of lessons learned. However, we're going to the South Pole of the moon. That presents a whole different level of challenges for us on many different levels. It's exciting. We're going somewhere that we haven't been before. Great. Now it's a matter of just kind of starting from scratch on a few things too. So we're wanting a lunar terrain vehicle, or a LTV. So what's the design of this vehicle? How is it going to do well with very minimal lighting conditions, like at the South Pole? What about cold environments? So now we're having to deal with, how does the spacesuit look? They just released the spacesuit design fairly recently, so that's exciting. Hooray. But all of this Artemis stuff is all the back end behind the scenes stuff is getting busy. We're getting ready. It's going to be quite the show for sure. And then in thinking about the moon, we got to think forward to Lunar Gateway. So Gateway is going to be kind of our little stepping stone point to get us toward Mars as well. So that's in the foreseeable future as well. That's a lot of exciting work, but we just got to get back to the moon first and foremost, one thing at a time, one step at a time. literally in this case on the moon. And now for some of the bad news that we have reached at the conference as well. So this has been somewhat released in the news, but this was more confirmation than anything. So the Psyche mission has now been delayed in its launch. Because it's now been delayed by about a year, unfortunately, a year delay then delays other projects even further.
Oh.
Yeah, so now the Veritas mission out of JPL is now 3 years delayed. So that's a bit of a bummer for the Venus community. At least it hasn't been scrapped. So I mean that's still good news, but it was still a waiting scale here of do we scrap or do we delay? And so the issue with delay is obviously delay, but you're also extending your cost as well. And so there's a lot of pros and cons with either one. At least either one has been scrapped though. So there's a little bit of a silver lining in this, but unfortunately, one tiny delay, even if just by a year, of one project now can really affect delays and even longer delays in the future, unfortunately, mainly because Psyche had, unfortunately, JPL missed its time window to launch. They weren't ready. So they have to wait, get that window back, and then finally launch. So here's to hoping that Psyche doesn't get delayed anymore. The Venus missions are really, really exciting. So we don't want to delay those any further as well. So, going to space is hard. And so that's the crux of it. I mean, just planning for all of these missions, things happen. So it's a very dynamic time to be a planetary scientist for sure. Because then we got Europa Clipper coming up. I believe Europa Clipper is supposed to be launching very soon. So Europa Clipper is going to be a really fantastic little orbiter going around the icy moon of Europa, which is around Jupiter. Mm-hmm. That's going to be exciting. Okay, so it's slated for October 2024 as its launch. That'll be really cool. I'm excited about that one. And then we got Dragonfly to look forward to as well. So Dragonfly launch date is mid 2027. So we got a little while for that. Yeah. So happily put it on your phone, but don't wake up tomorrow and expect something to happen. And then Osiris Rex is going to be really exciting to come back. If I could type on the computer, that would be fantastic. So, so beginning July of this year is when we're going to start bringing it back. The sample return is supposed to come back September 24th of this year. Woo! That's going to be really exciting. We get to have a nice big couple chunks of an asteroid from OSIRIS-REx spacecraft from the asteroid Bennu, and then it's going to promptly get picked up and then shuffled off into a lab, and we can just start doing science on it. Yay! That's going to be exciting. I'm super excited. There's so much going on in space to keep track of. There's so many tabs open on my computer as to just what's going on next.
I have a question for you, and there's a question from the audience as well, and we'll go with that question first. Book Davies, who's watching on YouTube, was curious what sort of orbit would be required for a lunar South Pole landing?
That's a very good question. That is not my department, but I would imagine you would have to do nearly pole to pole, but Maybe not exactly quote me on that. I'm not a rocket scientist.
Okay.
But
right.
I can tell you where all the good spots to land.
Yeah, where all the ice is, right?
Where all the ice is. So I'm still working on ice, just mostly on the moon, but I still go back to Pluto every once in a while. So yeah, still working on ice. Actually, there's going to be a conference, a virtual conference, in like 3 weeks that builds upon the lunar science community. We're supposed to be presenting what landing site do we think might be higher priority than others to get us ready for Artemis. So we're allowing the lunar science community to speak forward and go, okay, we need to land here better than this other area, and so on. And what's the science behind these different areas? So there are 13 different potential landing sites, at least narrowed down right now. And so it's a matter of which one of the 13 are we going to go with.
Wow. Okay. That sounds very exciting. So, and I guess also for the manned mission or personed mission, if I could say it that way, what are we going to do there first? Do you think it's going to be picking out a place where we can build a habitat, or are we looking for lava tubes, or what are we looking for? We already got a bunch of rocks, we got a bunch of soil. We might bring back more, but
yep. I mean, you're not wrong on that. More rocks and soil would be good. The thing about the south pole of the moon that we had a little bit of issues with Apollo, but it's going to be even more of an issue in the south pole of the moon, is radiation. Radiation environment at the poles of the moon are very extreme, much more extreme than the equator of the moon. So with that, we're going to have to monitor that very closely, so that way we can help mitigate that, or at least help shield ourselves better for future Artemis missions. So radiation environment, a little bit of sample collecting, mostly soil, definitely some nice geology, but specific tools we have not decided yet.
I see.
And that we're still working on our vehicle as well. So that's a wonderful partnership with the Japanese Space Agency going on right now, is that they're helping us design the vehicle, designing how is this going to work, the lighting conditions when you're in pitch black for hours on end, can get a bit tricky with that. And then also
power, all of that.
Yeah, exactly. So we're definitely going to have to do battery power, because illumination, you only have just a short windows of your illumination to comms back to Earth very quickly, and then darkness for maybe just a couple hours, and then what's our good limit here? So Artemis 3 is definitely going to be just a really much a test run to get us then ready for all the cool stuff. Let's play with more stuff. Let's play with more tools. Let's actually get ice. Because otherwise we're not planning to really get ice per se at Artemis 3. Again, this is truly just going to be, let's try to just get boots back on the ground. What do we need to do better? Rehearsal. It's a dress rehearsal. Artemis 4, then this is where we get to play, hopefully get some ice. How do we contain the ice? So that's part of my job right now at NASA Goddard, is
very cool.
We're dealing with very cold.
No pun intended. Very cool.
I see what you did there.
Okay, one more question from Book Davies. He says, what sort of magnetic field does the moon have?
Oh, very good question. Not much of a magnetic field. However, there are particles, very energetic particles, being bombarded around by little itty bitty magnetic fields trapped within the soil. So the moon itself doesn't have this big grand magnetic field like the Earth has, or certainly like the monstrous magnetic field that Jupiter has, or anything. Nothing spectacular like that, unfortunately. Probably for the best, honestly. But there are little itty bitty magnetic influences with the particles. So understanding how those work, it does seem to change between dawn, afternoon, and dusk on the moon. So paying attention to that, paying attention to how dust. So the really creepy part in all this too is dust will hop around depending upon your magnetic field and your radiation environment. And the little itty bitty grains will just hop around. And it will depend upon what time of day it is on the moon. So dawn, these are very like solar powered particles. Essentially, just when it hits dawn, those particles will start to get jumpy and then they'll settle down. So dust is also a big hazard for our astronauts as well.
Yeah.
Right. So we're truly just doing test runs, dress rehearsal, and what's all the hazards?
Yeah,
all the safety, all the hazards are going on with Artemis 3 to get us really, really prepared and ready for Artemis 4. There's already talks for Artemis 5 and 6 already too. So I mean,
That's cool. It
this
feels
is
like
gonna
Apollo
be
all over again. It's
I
great.
know we're getting ready. We're getting ready, folks, and I hope you guys are excited and ready too.
Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you so much, Caitlin. Thanks for giving us some insight as to what goes on at these meetings, and I hope that as many of these things can get launched as possible. One other question, though, if you'll indulge me about that: if one like this one mission isn't going to go, and you say it's pushing back these other missions, why don't they just go, okay, you can't go, we'll put this one on, maybe it doesn't work that way. Maybe there's too much prep, or the windows or whatever are a problem. So
it's all of the above, honestly. So the Veritas, you don't want to get it any earlier because the teams wouldn't be prepared in time either, and then you're just tripping over yourself. And then it's windows as well. So to get the cheapest, fastest orbit you can get to your destination.
I see.
So Psyche's going one way for an asteroid, and then we have to hit Venus at a certain time too. So it's truly a juggling act. At least it's not outer planets, because that's way way trickier for sure. So I mean, it's not great to get that sort of delay. But I mean, it could be worse, and it could have been scrubbed as well.
Could have been scrubbed, right?
Yep. So take the delay and get what you get.
I can imagine all the various incarnations of things that might happen. I mean, you could lose 10 team members. You could have people that go on to do other, projects, that kind of thing. And so keeping the team intact has got to be a big deal as well. So
for sure, because you never know what's going to change. I'll give a good quick example here. So Astrobotic, one of our lunar contractors, is planning a mission to what would have been Lacus Mortis on the moon, and drop of the hat, they changed the location and they changed the instruments of their payload. It was just like, whoa, wait a moment, you're landing where now? And so you have to keep track of where's everybody landing. And they had to de-scope instruments. So de-scoping means you chuck it off, mainly because you're either overweight, so you got to loosen up the mass, or you're overpowered. You got to still chuck out instruments. Unfortunately, it happens. It happens, to make the thing work. But changing location, though, that was a bit of a new one. It's like, okay, it's not even near where it was supposed to land. It's truly on the other side of the moon. It's just like,
oh my God.
Okay. Sure.
All right. Well, thank you again so much, Caitlin. Take care.
Thank you for having me back.
Yeah.
Bye, all.
Anytime. Okay, so up next is the Chief Science Officer for Unistellar, also one of the founders of Unistellar. And if you have not seen a Unistellar, actually I have one right here in my office. We are building out the display that we're going to use for Unistellar at the the Explore Scientific booth. I worked at MEED for so many years, sometimes I still say it. But anyhow, Dr. Frank Marchus is also one of the astronomers at SETI, and he is running a citizen science program like no other. The last time he was on, we talked about how unistellar citizen science worked with the DART mission. So, Frank, thanks for coming on again and informing our audience about how they can get involved with citizen science with the Unistellar.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to show a presentation that I put together with two of my colleagues that you may be able to see because they're just behind me in the glass window. They're working, they're not paying attention. Okay, never mind. I will call them later, maybe. So they're probably writing some papers. Okay, yes. So this is the work we are doing at the SETI Institute in collaboration with Unistellar, the network of small telescope that I'm going to describe a bit in more detail. And this is a work with Ryan Lambert and Ariel Wekowski, two postdocs at the Institute, which was really recently hired.
Now, Frank, what we're seeing is just, oh, okay, now we see a slide. Yeah. Okay, got it.
So, just a reminder, the unistellar telescopes, we have 4 of them right now, the Eviscope 1 and 2, the Equinox 1 and 2. Those are portable smart telescopes. You have one in the back, I have one in my back here. Those are telescopes that you can carry around. They're electronic telescopes. They are easy to use. They find themselves where they're located. So the point here is that you use those telescopes to enjoy the dark sky, but also to do citizen astronomy, so to participate to citizen science programs. And that's what I'm going to talk mostly about today. So this is not something we do by ourselves alone. Unistellar signed an MOU with SETI Institute 4 years ago. SETI Institute is the main scientific institution of Unistellar. And at the SETI Institute, we work with other institutions to develop scientific application for the network. And this can be NASA programs for like the TESS mission, the Lucy mission, but also amateur astronomer clubs like amateur astronomer group like IOTA. And we also work with other professional institutes like the Observatory de Paris, Charles University, MPC, and AAVS, for instance. And the goal here is to broaden the application of the unistellar network and make sure that we do a broad range of science. And we also do scientific application, which could be interesting for a large and diverse group of people, not only in the US, but also in Europe and soon in Japan and the rest of the world. So the network has grown with 10,000, at least, no, I should say not 12,000, because I think we are closer to 12,000 telescopes than 10,000 now around the world. And among these 12,000 telescopes, we have 1,800 of them that register to become citizen astronomers, meaning that they receive notification, they access to our Slack, they know what we do about our campaign. We guide them to explain to them how to do it. This year, we just got this slide that Lauren Gros, scientist in my group, put together this morning. This is the number of unistellar citizen scientists we had in 2022. So it's almost around 600 of them. Those are 600 citizen astronomers that did observation using the unistellar network and sent them to us. So you see them mostly concentrated in Europe, Japan, and United States and Canada. But we're starting having a point popping up in the rest of the world. And I must say that I'm very proud about seeing observation taken in the Southern Hemisphere, like Chile, Brazil, South Namibia, but also observation taken in countries like India and now in the Arabic Peninsula. So broadening the network gives us, of course, the opportunity to observe almost continuously the sky by taking advantage of the full rotation of Earth, and that's allow us to develop scientific programs that I think are compelling in comparison to observation from very large aperture telescopes. So, brief description: planetary defense is the field of research which goes aim at defending the planet against asteroid impact. And part of this program consists in mapping the close vicinity of our planet. So finding those rocks that could impact our planet, catalog them, follow them to get an orbit, and derive information about them, such as the size, the period of rotation, if they have binaries, etc. We have 31,000 of them known so far, and there is probably more than 1 million. We know only 50% of the ones which are between 100 and 300 meters in diameter. And those are called city killers. So meaning that if they impact our planet, they could destroy an area as big as a city like Los Angeles or New York. So they are very important to map. It's very important to map them so we know if one day one of them could impact our planet. So to do this, every month we select between 1 and 4 asteroids that will do a close approach to our planet, meaning that will be observable by the unistellar network. And what you see here is one of the calls for 2005 YY128, not a pretty name, I'm sorry for that, which is an 800-meter diameter asteroid, which has a close flyby in February 15 or 14 for Valentine's Day, 2023. So we send this call to our network. They receive either notification or Slack channel, or they go to our website, and they have instruction on how and when to observe it. We calculate the window of observability for them, and they collect the observation. I will show you this later on. We also have a bot, and this is not yet public, so I'm kind of revealing this for the first time, which is reading continuously the minor planet center data and find newly discovered asteroid that could potentially could have a close flyby to our planet. And here the goal is to be able to continue to monitor them, because sometimes a big observatory, they detect them, I would say, in Chile, for instance, or in Hawaii, and then the asteroid is basically not observed for a few hours. And this is a problem because then we can lose it. So having continuous observation and be able to catch it as soon as we have the first detection, it's important to be able to continue to estimate its position, so derive its orbit. So this is something we are starting doing now. And we're going to be able to send very soon notification when an asteroid is flying by Earth and that's been recently discovered. So if you are an observer unistellar, this is what you see, this is what you get. So you observe, you can see in the telescope sometimes the motion of the asteroid. You send us the data. We have a pipeline which automatically analyze, receive first the data, automatically sort them out, get rid of aberration, issue, winds, whatever, you name it, flights from the city, etc., and then process the data. The data reduction is quite classical because those are digital telescopes. But then we do also measurement of the astrometry, meaning the position of the asteroid, and the photometry, meaning the flux of the asteroid. And then we send to our users movies and report. So this is what you receive after. Our goal is to do that in less than 24 hours now, and we are very close to this goal. So you can see here, like those are frames, 4-second exposure frames taken, and there is something like 5 minutes of 20 minutes of observations here. So you can see the asteroid in the center of the field of view here, and the stars in the background moving. And here, this is the stack image. It's the same, more or less the same movie, but in this case, we use the background star as a reference. So you see the asteroid moving in the field of view. And what you have here is the flux of measure on the asteroid. So what we call the lie curve. The lie curve is due to the fact that the asteroid is not perfectly circular. He has an ovoid shape like this one, for instance. And when he spins on itself, what you can see is a variation of light due to the fact that you see the asteroid with different angle, different projected surface. And from that, the goal is to derive the spin period, the pole solution, meaning the orientation of the asteroid, and you have enough data, the shape of the asteroid, by doing what we call inversion method. So those are observations taken by, for instance, Tateki Goto in Japan of the asteroid 1999 JA, and this one is taken by Martin Smolin in the US in California, the same asteroid 1999 JA, which has been the focus of our attention last year in May 2022. We collected 38 observations, period of observation from 38 observers. And we focus on this one because it's very interesting that it's a large NEA, 1 kilometer. It's a S-type, meaning it's a rocky asteroid. He has a number, meaning that its orbit is very well known. But despite that, its period was still unknown at the time we observed it. The spin period of the asteroid. This is an important parameter because the spin period, without entering too many details, give us some indication about the formation of the asteroid, but also could give us some indication about the presence of a moon, and also give us some indication about how we could mitigate this asteroid in the future, if, for instance, this asteroid could be a threat for our planet. So from these 38 sparse observations, you can see a few of them here. We run an algorithm that I'm not going to go through the details, which combine them all together and try to extract what we call the lie curve that you can see here and the period of rotation. So we derive the period of rotation of this asteroid, which is quite small, 2.6 hours. Typically, an asteroid this size has a spin period of 8 to 10 hours. So this is what we call a fast rotator. Not extremely fast, but quite fast. And this result, the point of our research is, of course, to publish. It's not only to do science just to keep that on our server. We want the world to know about this because that's useful information for the other scientists. So we published this result in the Minor Planet Bulletin this year. And you can see the paper here. So Ryan, who is the lead on the planetary defense, wrote this paper, is here the first author. And we also include our citizen astronomers in the paper as well. And this is one of the key parts of our scientific program. We involve our citizen astronomers in the process of publication as well. They receive the draft, they can comment on it. We, like any scientist, and then when we publish the paper, they co-author of the paper. So this was the first publication in the Minor Planet Bulletin of the unistellar network. We have done the same in 2020. This was published by Joseph Anush and presented at the American Geophysical Union last year. This is a campaign that we did in December to observe the asteroid 1999 AP10, which is also a very large NEA. And for this one, we collected enough observations at different angles that we have been able, by combining with additional observation from professional telescope, we have been able to derive the shape of this asteroid. And that's what you can see here. So we send this to all our citizen astronomers. They receive basically a 3D printed version of the asteroid that they observe. This is one of the lie curve. But between this and that, there is a lot of work that I'm not going to go through. It will be a paper in the future, but it's basically an inversion method that allows us to approximate the shape of the asteroid. So, despite the small size of the telescope, we can do this kind of work that was reserved in the past to professional astronomers. We can derive the shape, pole solution, and spin of asteroids. The second discussion I wanted to have with you is to talk about comets. So comets are great. People love watching them because they're beautiful. They're very variable over time. You see them becoming bright. Sometimes they disintegrate. They disappear very quickly. I mean, we have been very blessed recently with a large number of comets over the past 4 years. We have Neo-Wise, we have recently E3, etc. So our community has been observing comets for fun for quite a long time using the telescope, and those are observations taken with our telescope. This one is Neo-Wise, taken at very low. I took this one, so that's why I know that, a very low elevation in San Francisco. And I remember I was moving the telescope, to avoid the light of the tower, the Salesforce Tower. If you know San Francisco, we have this big tower now, the Salesforce Tower, which is extremely bright because they put a blue light on the top. So I was trying to avoid it, and I managed to get this observation with our telescope. So let's go back to the science. It's not only science. Comets are great because they're beautiful, but they are also very interesting. They are pristine elements coming from the outer part of the solar system for the long period one. The activity is an indicator of the amount of volatile element in the interior and how they interact with the sun, the heat of the sun and the solar wind. So by observing them coming closer and drifting away from us and from the sun, we learn about their composition. We learn about their behavior as well. So we have run a program to monitor the activity of comet, and this is a work by Ariel Gukowski that joined us in June of this last year. So the goal here is to monitor enough comets, so we refine the model of variation of brightness of comets, so we'll be able in the future to predict accurately the brightness of those comets. So what you can see here, it's the comet K2, 2017 K2 Pan-STARRS. So the gray points here are observations taken by a large number of different telescopes in the world, and this comes from COPS. And what we have in blue here is our observations. So one of the advantages of our telescope is that they're all identical. The Series 1 and Series 2 are very identical in terms of the sensor, the output, etc. So it's very easy to put together an observation, and we don't have to take into account some difference of sensitivity from different type of detector. There is a filter and all of this. This does not exist with our telescopes. So we can basically have a very good estimate of the brightness of a comet, and have much less dispersion that you can see on this tiny point here. There is like more than 10 points here, and then they're very close to each other because there is no dispersion due to the fact that you have different type of telescopes. So from that, we can run models to derive basically the behavior of this comet, and that's what we have done for this one. Something we can also do, because all those telescopes are identical, is to create super images of comets. So we have done that multiple times. We've done that for K2 in July last year. We ask our users from different areas of the world to observe together the comet at the same time. And we create a super image of this comet by combining their observation and stacking them together, observation coming from different telescopes. So here is one image, one participant. This is 12, this is 23. So what you can see is that by putting together more participants, you basically increase the signal to noise. So you can see fainter features in the coma of the comet or background star as well. I don't have the exact number, but typically with one telescope in the city of San Francisco, we reach magnitude 16.2 in terms of sensitivity in less than 5 minutes. Wow. If we combine observation from 20, 40 telescopes, you reach magnitude 18, 19. So you basically get an observation like if you have a 1-2 meter class telescope instead. So
I have a question for you, Frank. Can some of this imaging be done in near real time with your network, or is this still something that
this is not
happen
yet
in post?
Yeah, this is post-processing. So you send the data, and then we send you back the super image, as we call
It's
it.
amazing still.
Yeah. One day, maybe
One day.
we'll be able to. Those are things that we're considering doing in the future as well.
Right.
Okay. Another amazing comet was Comet E3. I think most of the audience here know about it. So we've monitored it. So you can see how it changed. This is very faint and it's getting brighter and closer to us. And you can see the change of orientation of the tail because of the change of location between Earth, the Sun, and the comet.
Mm-hmm.
We have observed this comet for 8-9 months now. Those are observations. My headset died. So can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Right. So we observed this comet with the telescope network for multiple months, and with this data, we predicted as well the brightness when it will be closer to us, and we that will be barely visible to naked eye, with naked eye, and that's exactly what happened. In fact, it was just at the edge. So if you were located in the countryside in a good border sky, you could see it, but in fact, a telescope or binocular was needed to be able to see the coma and to see the features of this comet. It's been, anyway, a beautiful comet. The press called it the green comet because it was a catchy name, but it was one of the, I think, probably the nicest comet we are going to have this year. Another thing we do is to observe comets which have this kind of outburst. So one of them, the most famous one, is 29P Washman-Sharman, which is a comet, a short period comet. And he had recently 2 outbursts. This is the one in November. So that's the normal brightness of the comet that you expect at this time, so 14.8. And he got an outburst. He reached only magnitude 12, so 2 increase the fact by 2 magnitude, and then you can see the decrease here. And each of these data points here with different colors are different observers. Our community love observing this comet and get some photometric measurements. We observed another outburst in February 2023, and when I say we, I mean the citizen astronomers. This is a data set by Darren Rivett. I think he's located in New Zealand, and he observed 29P for multiple days, and you can see the brightening, sudden brightening of the comet. The goal here is to identify those outbursts, follow them up, and monitor them. And we have a program with a large telescope. We're setting this up now, where we'll be able to send notification when our small network detect an outburst. So large telescopes like Keck or Gemini or others will be able to take spectroscopic measurements, so we can have information about the type of material ejected by the comet. This is great because we see fresh material, basically, in this case. So you can have information about the composition of the comet. There is a ton of mechanism that could explain this. I'm not going to go through that, but maybe it's an impact, maybe some thermal stress or outgazing stress. We still don't really know, in the case of 29P, the source of this brightening, this outburst. Okay, I'm going to finish here by just summarizing that despite the small aperture that we have with this telescope, we can do some very significant measurement for small solar system bodies. One of the reasons is because there is millions of small solar system bodies, so that you always find one that is observable with your telescope. And that's one important part. And we will find more of them in the future. With the arrival of the Vera Rubin telescopes and other large surveys, the number of small solar system bodies, which is currently 1 million, will be probably 10 million in the next 4 or 5 years. Wow. So we are going to have a lot of work to monitor those asteroids, comets, and other weird things flying by toward us, like maybe comets coming from another planetary systems. So there is a lot of work, and most large telescope will not be able to do, this monitoring. So they will rely on small telescopes, smaller telescope like the unistellar network, but also others. So I think it's important to understand that we will be able to properly characterize and understand the behavior of these small solar system bodies if we continue to monitor them regularly. And small telescopes will play a major role for that. We have achieved some significant results. We have papers coming out, and soon more will come out. So stay tuned about some of the development. We have a unistellar network. The key for us right now is to optimize the data processing so we can do everything almost automatically and extract photometry, astrometry automatically. I didn't mention that, but right now with the planetary defense, 85% of the data are processed automatically and sent to MPC without any human intervention.
Wow.
We're going to improve that to reach 95%, hopefully in the future. So this way we can focus only on the problematic observations, which are generally the most interesting one. And yeah, that's all. Join us.
That's wonderful. And so what does it take to become a unistellar citizen scientist?
But you need to buy a telescope. For that, you can go on any website to have a telescope. Explore Scientific, you have our telescope, if I remember.
Yes, we do.
And then
I did mention also in chat that you are going to be at the Northeast Astronomy Forum with some other people from Unistellar, I believe, and it'll be exciting. We've been working on the displays and everything for Unistellar. We're real proud to display that product at NEEF. I think that anyone, I'll say this, I think that anyone that is a serious amateur astronomer that has not yet really indulged or participated in science will find that a unistellar telescope will be really a perfect addition to your arsenal of equipment, because this thing you can throw it on an airplane, you can be somewhere at a moment's notice. The telescope is, it's got self-contained batteries. It's got a network of other scientists, citizen scientists that you would be involved with, and your name too would appear on a science paper in the future. So I think that's very, very cool, and that's something a lot of amateur astronomers right now can't claim. They love looking at the sky. They're in love with all the rest of it. They're the first to tell you how important science is to humanity, but with Unistellar, you are just that far away from actually being a team player. So thanks very much, Frank. And right now we're going to go on a 10-minute break, and we'll be back with Nico the Hammer. So stay tuned.
Bye-bye.
My name is Madison Broadnax, and I'm an electrical power systems engineer on the Hubble Space Telescope. Being an electrical power systems engineer entails making sure everything goes smoothly on the telescope, basically keeping it safe. Something I do every year is manage the solar eclipses for the telescope to make sure that it can, power-wise, make it through that. Me and the other electrical power systems engineers manage any anomalies that might arise that are power or electrical related or even thermal related. I think a lot of people think it's just a telescope floating around in low Earth orbit and it just kind of does its own thing, but in reality there are tons of people keeping it safe and healthy day to day with whatever problems may arise. It goes through hot seasons, cold seasons, there could be electrical problems or pointing and control problems with it. And there's a huge team of people that keeps that going and seamless so that the public gets these really great images, year after year. What I find most rewarding about the work is probably being able to flex my engineering brain every day. I think of working on such a historic project that has a lot of information that needs to be learned about it, back to its conceptualization all the way up to now in 2023, and is really like a privilege and also keeps me on my feet every day. In my day-to-day, I wake up and I pet my dog for a good like 15-20 minutes. If I'm coming in office, it's me versus 295 for a good 45 minutes. Once I come in, I usually get to talk with my teammates about the things that have been happening for the past week. I really enjoy being able to collaborate with everybody in the mornings. Then I sit down and do some work, chug away at some more coding or some more numbers. Hopefully have a cool meeting and get to schmooze some other NASA people, and then also head home and go to the gym or trivia. I think one thing to take away from, being a woman in STEM is that you're stronger and more knowledgeable than you think. You are the smartest person in the room. All of us are the smartest person in the room, and I think, worrying about confidence level is not as important. Just showing up, flexing the knowledge that you already have is really important. My favorite Hubble image is probably the Butterfly Nebula. It's, one of the older ones, but I love all the pinks and purples in it. I think it's really pretty.
This is an object called V838 Monocerotis, or V838 Mon. And it's a series of images of the same object that are taken over about a half a year or so in 2002. So we see the central object here is the same in each of the 4 images. But what is immediately apparent is that there's an expanding brightness around it. So what was first thought would be that, wow, we've got this gas cloud that is just spewing away from this object, but it was spewing away at incredibly fast speeds. What is actually happening here, instead of that gas itself being in motion and causing that expansion, is something called a light echo. So just like you hear an echo with sound waves, as some sound waves come directly towards you, you hear the main source of sound, but then as others bounce off walls and come to you a little bit later, that's where the echo comes from. The same thing is happening with light in this image. We're seeing some of that light coming directly towards us. We're receiving that at the time that we receive it. But some of the rest of the light is actually bouncing off material around that binary in the center. It bounces off it and then it comes to us. That's the light echo. And so each one of those succeeding images where we see this shell further and further from the center is actually that light echo coming to us later in time. So we're actually basically taking a CAT scan of the material around that central star. There's still a lot of mystery surrounding where that material came from. Is it being blown off by these hot, young, energetic stars as a process of their star formation? One of the coolest possibilities is that one of these stars actually engulfed a giant planet in its orbit. So like a giant planet, like many times the mass of Jupiter, could be in orbit very close to this very hot, large star, and the tidal forces and the energy dissipation could have been acting on it in such a way that that now massive planet is losing energy, spinning more rapidly and closer to one of those stars, and eventually gets engulfed in an explosive event. Could have been a large planet, could have been a small star in that system. We don't know what the mass of that intruder was, that interloper that caused this explosive event, but it is very likely that it was something in the neighborhood of that binary system that just got too close to one of those stars, got sucked in, and we saw this explosion as a result.
Che, Nico,
Max,
¿qué haces? ¿Cómo andás?
todo tranqui por acá.
Buenísimo. Che, ¿llovió por allá, boludo? ¿O cómo está?
No, está nublado, pero está raro, pinta llover.
Pues acá decía de que iba a despejar, pero está todo renublado. Aparte viento medio del sur, parecía.
Está raro. No, acá se vino del oeste, pero pinta lluvia. Estaba nublado en Capital también, César dijo que no había imagen en vivo hoy.
No, salía al balcón, pero nada, ahí iba a conectarse nomás. Sí, yo también tenía pensado ver si iba a armar algo, pero no, está horrible. Es más, los radares decían de que no había, bueno, que no había lluvia y llovinó hoy a la tarde. Y pasó una tormenta por el costado. Hello, Santil. Hello, Norm. Sorry for speaking Spanish.
It's okay.
It's the Spanish time.
Yeah.
It's Spanish time. That's right. Yeah, I think something like half the world speaks Spanish anyway, so.
Bueno,
Way to
Good.
ólele, cuñado.
Okay. So we have up next just a little feature, just a couple of minutes to talk about NASA's maps of the solar eclipses that are coming through. And then Nicholas Arias will be on with us to talk about his journey and his adventures, and I'm sure some astrophotography.
Yeah, we have some.
That's great. Well, thanks for hanging out there with us. Hope you had a chance to stretch your legs, maybe get a sandwich or a coffee or something, or your favorite adult beverage if that so moves you. Right now we have Nicholas Arias from Argentina with us, and it's been maybe a few weeks since he's been on.
It's been a long time, Scott.
Has it been a long time? Anyways, we always love to have him on. His talks are always inspiring. He always has amazing astrophotography, and he mixes some science in it too. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Nico. Thanks for coming to a Global Star Party.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to be back. And I was really stunning with the Frank presentation about how they make the astrometry and photometry in a team of a lot of small telescopes is really amazing, and it's really important that you say, Scott, that even any astronomy or astronomy lover can do science.
That's right.
And I think that this is part of that journey. I think that in the time that we start looking up at the stars or get our first telescope, we start a journey of learning. And even I don't know, I was thinking early, I didn't have any physics in the school, and now I grew up and I study physics to understand the astronomy, and it's really motivating and nice to do some science. Well, let me share my screen. Here. Okay, can you see?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, for the night, I was thinking about how to talk or how to show, and I think it would be interesting when I go back to that special objects in the sky that it makes you to observe in the time and to learn about that. And as you know, I really love the Eta Carinae system. Is the brightest star in Carina constellation, is in the center of the Carina Nebula. But I really like to focus on this star that, as we know, is a double star system, and this is a comparison of the blue giant stars they are. And this is a picture I take maybe 2 years ago with my dogson.
Oh wow!
Of the K-hole nebula in the center of the Carina Nebula, and this is Eta Carinae.
Right? Or was this did you have a tracking system?
No. I started making a homemade tracking system, but this is a home tracking, and I am hand tracking again. So
Wow.
It's being I need to improve the tracking system. This was hand tracked, and I love to observe this area and this particular star from the city sky, because I love to play with that. Or if I go to a really dark skies, I can see the whole nebula. I can see galaxies and everyone and every the fainted objects. But from the city, you can particularly observe small planetary nebulas that maybe in darkest sky it loses. And this is one great example. The Homunculus nebula in Eta Carinae is a small nebula around the star that, if you look it in the darkest sky, you will see the whole Carina Nebula, and it's not easy to observe this small nebula in the star. And this is a special nebula because it's a bipolar emission and reflection nebula. Was discovered for Enrique Gaviola here from Argentina. And I was making some observations, and this is a sketch of how you can observe this nebula from the pollutional sky. You can see in my sketch that if you use no filter, you cannot see the Carina Nebula, but you can see if you use a lot of magnification, maybe 100 or more magnification, you can see the Homunculus Nebula behind the bright star of Eta Carinae. This was a drawing register of this week, and seeing was really, really nice that night. So I got my QHY5 camera with my Dobson, and I tried to make another photography of this nebula using what we call is lucky imaging. It's the same process that you use when you want to make an image of a planet, that is make, or you can make videos or a lot of short frames. This is a video that I take. You can see the star and some of the nebula. And this is all images of 12 milliseconds. It's really, really short exposures, because if you make a longer exposure, the star brights so much that you cannot see any details of the nebula. And I get this result. And I think that is the best shot I get from the Munculus Nebula, because I started to find some details that you can see here down on the right. You have the Hubble image of that nebula, and you can see I was comparing the capture with what I observed with my eye, and I was surprised that night because I can see this dark area that is from the southeast of the nebula, and this particularly I don't know how to say that this thing part here, and I was really stunned whether they stack that frames and get this image. It's amazing that what you can get from even a city sky, when you can see no nebula of the Carina Nebula, but you can see these planetary nebulas. I really love to do, yes, it's stunning. I really love to do this kind of observations from home and to try to capture. And this is really hard to catch because, as I say, you need to do a very, very short exposures because the star is magnitude 6 and it breaks so much. Even with 1 second exposure, it burns and you cannot see the Homunculus Nebula behind. So I would like to share again this because I was really happy with this kind of observation. When you have a really good seeing, you can see those details I show you in the picture, the dark area here and the pikes on the sides of the Homunculus Nebula. It's a really beautiful nebula that we have here in the southern hemisphere. And when you come here, we will put a Dobsonian to point to the Homunculus Nebula. It's a nebula you can spend the night observing that. So, well, this was my presentation for tonight. I want to share that experience from this week.
That is awesome. Thank you so much, Nico.
Thank you,
you know, I mean, just to see the detail in that nebula as compared to, professional imagery is really remarkable.
Yes, it's really amazing when you get that details. The first time I tried to make a capture with the same technique as planetary imaging, I did not expect this kind of detail. Let me share again.
Yeah.
This kind of details on the stack.
Look here.
It's really nice.
I mean, the shape you can see certainly is the brighter part of that nebula near the center, but and you can see the two stars that are off to the side there on the
these
left,
two,
right? But just really tremendous.
Thank you.
And taken from the city, Nico?
It's taken from a Bortle 9 sky. Yes.
Wow. remarkable.
It's so bad like in my sky. It's at only 14 kilometers from here. It's in the same neighborhood where I grow. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a genius, Nico. Incredible.
No, I perseverance.
What can I think?
What do you think? I think it's
I
it's
can't believe.
mind-blowing.
I can't believe that. It's incredible the work that you make.
Mm-hmm. I think that every object has a way to catch. You can go for information or for a nice picture, but if you read and find the way to, you can do anything without tracking or with any camera.
You know, here in my background, we have the same region. You can see all the K-hole nebula, but here, right there, is the bright star, the Carina, the Eta Carina star. So behind that bright is what Nico's captured. So without filter, without anything, only with a planetary camera and his Dobsonian telescope, you know.
No drive, no go-to electronics, no motors.
Nothing.
Nothing. No. Nico, this is why we say the hammer.
Yeah.
The hammer.
The martillo.
Martillo, yes.
Martillo.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
He only spent electric with only start up the computer and the camera because he doesn't need the electricity for his telescope.
And it's really fun because you are moving the scope and wait and move and keep recording.
Yeah,
it's
I
really
understand.
fun.
Yes,
He is the
we are
guy.
lucky that Nico is not don't work like a sniper of the enemy, for example, because he have. I saw a Nico one time with the SSI, the international, the International Space Station.
International Space.
Only in few seconds moving his Dobsonian.
Yeah.
But for we was watching to Nico, we said how he can make so fast, and he had in the center, dead in the center of the image all time, the spatial station, International Space Station. It have really a special abilities.
That is God-given right there. I tell you, that is amazing technique. So
Nico too.
Yeah.
I think what helps here is that this object is in the South Pole, so
no rotation.
You have the rotation, but less.
Little rotation.
It helps a lot. But anyway, now you're back.
No viewfinder. You don't use a viewfinder to keep that centered. You just do it right on screen.
Yes. I found it in the screen and then keep moving my Dobson. While recording.
That's impressive.
Think about doing that. You got a Dobsonian telescope with the camera. You center it up by hand. Okay. By hand, folks. Okay, and then you follow it by hand, and you capture images like that.
It's
put it
really
on
fun.
that chip. That's tough to get on the chip.
That's tough.
Amazing.
Okay, well, that's great. Guys, thanks for coming on and commenting on this amazing image. We're going to switch now to Ed Seaman from the Northeast Astronomy Forum.
Hi, Scott. How you doing?
I'm great.
Hello,
I'm glad
everybody.
to have you on, man.
Great to be here. Thank you very much. for the
I'm getting the
opportunity.
wrong guy here. Here we go. Let's.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. Here we go.
There I am.
Yeah. Ed, how's everything working out? I mean, it's been a couple of years.
It has, and it's been a lot of work, quite honestly. There's a lot of things have changed over the past 3 years. A lot of things needed to be reinvented, so to speak. But it's coming along nicely. I'm exhausted, but it's coming along nicely. So we're very happy. I got a little presentation here, Scott, that I could show you guys. Let me see if I can share the screen here. Now, Scott, I got one question. I have a video in here with sound. Should I mute my microphone when that plays so there's no feedback, or
there is
people nodding?
When you share, there's something where it says share like system sound or something in the, I think in the lower left hand corner. This is after you click the green share screen button.
Share sound.
Yep.
Okay, so click on that.
Click on that, and that should work out for you.
Okay, so then I don't have to mute?
I don't think so.
All right. Let's see what happens.
Let's see. Let her rip.
So are you guys seeing it yet?
It's coming on now.
Okay. All right. Well, again, Scott, thank you very much for the opportunity. We are very pleased to announce that NEEF 2023 is back live. Let's see. Is this working?
Not yet.
Uh-oh. The wrong screen. Bear with me a second.
Adrian's good at these technicals.
Yeah. There we go. Did I switch? There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so NEEF 2023 is back live April 15th and 16th, Suffern, New York, at Rockland Community College. Oh, what happened here? There we go.
This will be.
So, what is NEEF? Maybe not everybody knows. So I have a little video here that I'm going to play that hopefully the sound won't feedback, and hopefully it should give everybody a good idea of exactly what NEEF is all about.
All right.
Okay, did the sound play all right?
It did.
Okay, great. I don't know if anybody caught the little clips with Scott in them.
I saw them. Who's that guy? Thank you.
I actually don't think I'm sharing the right screen here, but I guess we can make do with it.
There you go. We can see the
So
showroom floor.
NEEF is 90,000 square feet of showroom floor. It's the world's largest shopping opportunity for astronomy equipment. This year we have 120 vendors and manufacturers. This is the actual confirmed vendor list. It's a little bit small to see on the screen, but this is going to go up on our website in the next couple of days. We have a Pro-Am conference, bringing together professionals and amateurs and real research collaborations. We have solar viewing, featuring some of the finest solar telescopes out there, and also featuring the Charlie Bates Solar Astronomy Project. We're really happy to have them back this year. We have beginners classes, help to teach folks the right type of telescope to select for their first scope. And of course, we also have the incomparable NEEF talks. Speakers this year, Eileen Collins, first female space shuttle commander.
Awesome.
Holly Ridings, the deputy program manager for NASA's Gateway project. Jerry Griffin, Apollo era flight director. We're very honored to have Jerry with us this year. Felix Schlang, if anybody loves space, you've seen his videos on YouTube. What About It is the name of his program. Jenny Rodenbach, team director for the Dragonfly project, which is an aircraft type explorer for Saturn's moon Titan. And Megan Cox, JPL systems engineer for the Mars rover mission. Great lineup of speakers. NEEF, if you love space and astronomy, you have to come to the show. And I'll leave you with this.
NEEF 2023 is here. Back live at RCC Suffern in New York, April 15th and 16th. You won't want to miss this event. Learn the latest in space and astronomy featuring world-class speakers, 120 vendors and exhibitors from around the world, including every major manufacturer. Workshops, beginners classes, pro-am conference, solar viewing, robotics, and STEM learning for kids. The world's largest space and astronomy show. Buy tickets now at neefexpo.com.
And that is my NEEF presentation.
Awesome. I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I can't wait to get back at it.
Yeah. So I want to add one other thing that Ed did not mention about NEEF. It's rarely talked about, or maybe not talked about enough, is how nice the staff is, okay? And how accommodating these guys are, not only to the vendors and all the rest of the people that are there, but if you're a speaker or a participant, you know, it is really a place to be, especially if you take your lifestyle of astronomy seriously. This is a must-do type of event, and you know, you just never know who you might meet at NEEF. There are astronauts. Sometimes there's movie stars there. Sometimes you just never know. I have met some people and just my jaw just dropped, like they're here, you know. So it's awesome. And Ed Seaman and his whole team work very, very hard to pull it off, and so it's great to return back to Suffern, New York, and we'll see you there.
Well, thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Look forward to seeing everybody there.
Thanks. All right. So, you notice I got my Astronomical League jacket on. I understand that the Astronomical League will also be at NEEF.
Yes, they will. They will be there.
Right. So we're going to go back down from New York down to Argentina again, to Cesar Barolo, and Cesar will tell us what's going on his rooftop and in his area. Cesar, thank you for coming on to Global Star Party.
It's a pleasure, Scott. Every night is really something that from many times, from maybe more than 2 years, was a pleasure every night of Global Star Party to share with the audience. Tonight, I don't have a live image to show you to the audience, because you can see
You got
see the
clouds.
clouds. Yes.
That's a big nebula up there.
Yes, a
giant
big nebula over the city. You can
It's
see
beautiful, Caesar.
that. Yeah, thank you.
I love
Well,
ciegos.
absolutely, absolutely. It's something that tonight I can share. I'll share the second part of my presentation about the Star Party Valle Grande in San Rafael, Mendoza. It will be at 21, 22, 23 of April next month. I'll show you. Let me share. Sorry, that here. I have my presentation. The second part of the presentation. Okay. I need to share now. Okay. You can see my screen? Yes. You can see the presentation now.
Yes.
Okay. Not the program, if not the entire presentation. Ah, yes, okay. I can see in my monitor is my phone in YouTube. It's the best way to say, okay. Well, making a fast resume of the last week. I talk about the history of the Star Party Valle Grande from 2004. We decided from 2004 and we went sponsor from 2004, working in the Star Party together with the Instituto Copérnico. This year, Instituto Copérnico is having 50 years old. His fundator is Dr. Jaime Garcia. He's a doctor in astronomy. Well, I'll show you fastly the slides where I told about the distance in driving in the road, 987 kilometers. But yes, of course that you have. I really enjoy driving. It's not it's a free. It's a highway. Part it's a single road, but it's a gray. It's flat. The landscapes driving from Buenos Aires. It's an easy road to drive, but of course that you have the option to go by flight by Aerolíneas Argentinas, and you can get a ticket in 1 hour and a half. You can go to San Rafael, and it's very near to the Star Party. It's very near. It's no more from the airport to the Star Party location. You don't have more than 30 kilometers. It's really, really, really near. Well, here I talk about the area, about the where is exactly the place. This is a zoom of the area. Villa Santa Clara del Atuel is the commodity, the place, the hotel. In the light pollution map, I show well the big area of pollution. Maxi is in around this area, but in an area that have a better light pollution condition, very low. And here it's really, really low, because I showed last week. I shown that is in a part between the light of the knee. Well, actually, they use less light in the dam because they changed to LED and they use a low quantity of energy. And I think that is better. And we changed from here in this area to here. And this area actually is like this. It's a part where it's cut the luminization of from the city of San Rafael and the lights of the dam. Dampesdike, no? I don't know if I am talking good the pronunciation of dike, the dam, where is the water for energy, electric. The
We
wall.
understand you,
Dam. Yeah, thank you. Because sometimes I say dam, yes. Okay. Well, here the first time of the global Star Party Valle Grande, and it's me. And here one of the first edition in 2007. We made 2004, thinking that we thought it made each 3 years, and we repeat in 2007. And the people tell us, why you don't make this every year? Okay. And from 2007, never stopped until the pandemic. Well, in 2020. Well, rock walls, talks, all pictures from the Star Party, and now more pictures. And now from the last, this was 1 year that we found a very, very giant spider. Maybe it's very interesting if you have time to go to. Yes, the size was like this. I don't remember yes, it's like this. Yes, it was so heavy. Walking by the wall where we put the telescopes.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible, yes. And
Tarantula.
you have tarantula, very, very, very. But it's like it's another kind of tarantula. It's bigger because we have tarantulas in Córdoba, for example, araña pollito. But this one is like the miga. I don't remember the name, but in Venezuela or another parts of South America, you have a bigger spiders, and this is a kind of size, but bigger like a tarantula. Tarantula is big. This one is bigger and heavier.
Wow.
Yes, it's a great place to enjoy natural life about birds, guanacos, condores. It's a nice place to enjoy in the day, to go to make some sports in the river. It's very, very, you have a lot of fun in this place. In the second part, tonight, I present the newest mention from the last Star Party Valle Grandes, the activities, something about the talks. Maybe for next week, I'll present exactly the program and which kind of talks we're having. We have very near to close the program, and we have perfectly about the concern the talks, but I prefer for next week this. Well, typical product stands, we have all times products. Here was from two Star Parties ago. It's funny to say this where it's a vendido, that is sold.
Nice.
Yes, ever is nice. Yes, yes. And here is the lobby of the Santa Clara del Valle Hotel. Here you have, well, our typical Explorer Scientific sign letters. I'll prepare the new ones for these years because we have new products to show.
Awesome.
Tags, the essential things of our star parties. Tags. Here is Jaime Garcia talking about variable stars. He's a genius. I told that Jaime Garcia was a honor president of the American Variable Star Observers Association. Eat, the second one. I lost the picture of the chorizo, the barbecue, but well, this is our dinners. Sorry. Music.
Music too. You gotta have music.
And sky. Yes,
And sky.
yes.
Yes.
Every night, Lucas Rocco is the director musician. He's a very, very good musician.
Wow.
And he worked in prepare all our star parties show with music from Mendoza, from something of tango, or
nice.
all about the folklore and tango music, especially.
Wonderful.
And of course, in each star party, never we forget, the photo, the photo,
The group photo.
The group, yes, it's a religion, like in every star party in the world.
That's great.
It's great.
It's fun
really.
too. Over the years,
Yeah,
just group
over the
photos and going,
years.
wow, okay. I
Yes.
met this person here, and all the memories come back. So.
Yes, absolutely, and it's fun. It's so. I feeling the happiness of going to the star party, especially in an annual star party. Is como the happiness. For example, in the group of WhatsApp group of this star party, is in the year was quiet, but in the last week, for example, tonight I told to everyone, please tell the show, because watch the show, this one, because I told about the star party, and all people writing, it's something that is really great. Well, our typical star party, like all star parties they were in the sunset, preparing telescopes, watching the equipment, approach the natural light, because later when in the darkness you suffer a lot when you don't have the parts of your telescope, and we told every star party to the people to prepare their gears, collimate, especially we have many mountains in a far away, maybe 3-4 kilometers, with things that are very, very, how to say, maybe antenna or something that are great to collimate the finders, and of course collimations for the first stars, checking everything. We stop normally the talks at 4 p.m. and or 5 p.m. no later. 6 p.m. We talk to the people to prepare their telescope, not in the darkness, if not in the natural light of the day, in the daylight. And this is something that it's really, how do you say, it's really supporting to the people, because my work in these hours between the 6 and p.m. is very high to support to the people. Many of them are customers, to prepare their equipment, they enjoy, of course, molest me to me, and help, talking me about help. Cesar, please, I can show you a thing, this, or and this is something that really I enjoy. The customer service in the real place, more of the place of the terrace where we use. For example, we have all this area in the grass, and this terrace is very nice too, especially to use equipment for astrophotography, heavy equipment or tables. We prefer use the terrace for this, and all people with small mounts and cameras or small telescope, they go to the grass, to this part of the park. More people trying and prepare telescopes. It's incredible how
great.
Yes. All these guys are the team from the Planetarium of Malargüe. They have an excellent digital planetarium in a small town, but the municipality or the government of the small town put a lot of money to have a planetarium, because it's the place, Malargüe, where exists the high particles observatory, the Pierre Auger Observatory. They was very smart to think in have something connected with the observatory, and a planetarium connected with the observatory was a great idea. Many people that go to Malargüe visit the planetarium because it's the second planetarium in the country, the excellent quality of projector. It's very nice. The museum, you can visit and watch mirrors, the same mirrors that using in the Pierre Auger Observatory. The sensors, you can learn a lot. It's a great, and this team is excellent. Now, actually, many of them change and work in the government, and they have a new team of younger people. Well, Visual Corner is a place where all people will put tables and all people put the eyepieces. This collection is only of these are only collection of one guy, that is a fanatic of to collect to have a great collection of eyepieces. You can see 6.7.
A lot of glass in that case. Right?
Yes, a lot of money in this case.
Yes.
And he really enjoy and share their eyepieces with another participant.
Sure.
And
I can tell there's some good stuff in there.
Absolutely, and really we enjoy the Visual Corner. Is one of our most visited corners. I'll show you different corners where, for example, in the last Star Party we used only 2 corners or 3: visual, photometric, spectrometric with filters, with net filters, and astrophotography. This year, but last year we had only 60 people, because before the pandemic situation, this year we are having 120 visitors, and we are preparing more corners for this year. I say corners or tables, or a place where the people can change and go to another telescope to use, as we have two nights near to 3, because we are opening the third night this year, and we are preparing more corners, more specialties to make in the night. Astrophotography corner last year was a most visited, and of course the people choose this option for learn and practice size in live situation with a telescope that we put especially for this. This is all about, well, this is the astrophoto corner, and here in this area you can see a visual corner with binoculars. I can show you to Sean that now it's more easy to, in the newest pictures, you can see more easily shapes like a Scorpio here. And it's incredible how you are in a very comfortable place without go outside the area, the park of the hotel. You have a very, very dark sky. Well, here is the spectrometry corner with filters. Sorry, that the name in English is diffraction filters. Sorry.
Yes.
Diffraction filters, and they present to another day all pictures and the resolution of each spectrometry, and all people that choose this corner had a lot of fun. Here you can see the face of happiness.
Yes.
It's incredible. It's like say, okay, they are make spectrometry and they have happiness.
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't they?
Yes. These are pictures of that some of participants give us to show. This one is it's a picture that a participant took of the grass. It's amazing. Few exposures. He took this picture with the Kosovo and the southern cross, and it's amazing sky to make for astrophotography, and of course the visual is amazing too. Well, you know, it's something that is amazing. Another picture that another participant took of Centaurus galaxy. It's a special place to watch, enjoy, take pictures, visually draw. You know, it's and the kind of the people, it's really amazing. For this year, 2023, visual and drawing corner, especially drawing, we return to the sketch that you can see. Maybe we can make a contest again. Astrophoto corner, spectrometry corner, photometry corner, and of course, for next week I was talking about the program about what are talking the astronomers. And well, this is all my presentation.
Thank you.
And
thank you, Cesar.
Of course,
it's always great to to have someone share the love and passion of astronomy with, that's enjoyed by so many people. And that with the backdrop of the southern Milky Way, it just makes it really exciting and makes me want to jump on a plane and go to Argentina right away.
Yes. It's a pleasure to receive the people here. Unfortunately, I can't go this year to the NEEF. I watching the presentation of the NEEF, and it's incredible. It's going to be the most important event of astronomy in the world. It's amazing. Really, I think that next year with the eclipse, I can go, of course. Especially, I can go to Arkansas.
Yeah, for the
yes. I hope that I visit to you and your staff. That is amazing.
Sure.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you
by
so much.
Invitation.
Thank you. Well, okay.
Hi, Caesar.
Hi, John.
Right.
Sorry about the clouds. That might be from here.
Oh yes, but really, we are happy that the really hot weather that we had was terrible. Really for the special for all people, for the kids, was very, very high temperatures. A record total in maybe 60 years in Buenos Aires, in Argentina.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hot.
Yes. And
It's
now
really
we
too
have
hot.
sure. And now it's really maybe we have, I don't know, maybe 24 degrees. Well, are centigrades. I don't know in Fahrenheit, but it's very, very comfortable weather now. But yes, the rain is a week of rain change, but I prefer it's the autumn coming here. The autumn coming today. Today is 21. This is the change of summer to autumn now. Happy spring in United States, in America.
Great. Cesar, thank you so much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome again. Thank you.
All right. So our next speaker is Robert Reeves, and if you have seen photographs of the moon on the internet, I'll bet that at least some of those shots have been from Robert Reeves. He is extraordinary in his ability to get the finest details on the moon. He's recognized for it. I'm sure he's won awards for it. I'm constantly seeing his lunar terrain images on various forums, including social media, in advertising. He is a Celestron ambassador, and he's becoming an ambassador here on Global Star Party too. So we're really happy to have him. He's starting a new program called Postcards from the Moon. So I think that's how it's called. Robert, do you want to?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfect.
Great. I'm kind of a Zoom rookie, so it's always a bit of magic if it actually works. But
you do this enough, you'll become you'll be teaching other people.
Well, yeah, I have been very fortunate with my lunar photography that it hasn't exactly gotten me great fortune, but it has gotten me a good deal of recognition, and the payoff is in the meeting of people all around the world. As a direct result of my lunar work, got a 2-week. My wife and I were given a 2-week, almost like royalty trip to China a couple of years ago, where I addressed. I was the first Westerner to address the Chinese Academy of Sciences about the moon.
Wow.
or in the Harbin Institute of Technology, which is their equivalent of MIT. Those are honors that I will cherish for my entire lifetime. And nothing like that would have happened if I hadn't been passionate in trying to spread the word about the moon. That's what I'm doing now. The title Postcards from the Moon actually is a takeoff on the series that I'm doing on Facebook right now. Pre-COVID, for about 3 or 4 years, I posted a new picture of the moon every day with a write-up on it. It wasn't meant to be a replacement for Chuck Wood's lunar photo of the day. It was kind of meant to be a supplement to it, another view, another perspective. And now I'm doing a similar thing. I call it Postcards from the Moon. And I try every day. Some days don't work out. Today was a very unusual, unfortunate day for me. And I don't have anything to post today, but I'm glad to be able to hear to talk a little bit about the moon tonight. And if this becomes a regular series, then I'm going to start off at the beginning. The creation of the moon, how the moon's face came into being. We all recognize the full moon. We see the caricature of the man in the moon as the moon rises above the eastern horizon. The moon has a very friendly face at times like that, but the nature of how that face came into being is very key to understanding how the moon evolved. And then after I talk about that a little bit, I want to talk about some of the naming on the moon, how the moon got the names on it that we understand and know about today, like Plato crater, Copernicus crater, Tycho crater. Those features didn't always have that name. There were other competing systems that fortunately lost out. And now we have a common name for features on the moon. So to start off with, I'm going to try my share screen and see what happens here. What immediately happens is it says Zoom. What happened to my share screen? Where am I? Hello. I told you I have a bit of rookie on this.
No, it's okay.
There it is. There it is. Let me see what happens when I do that.
There
now,
you
do we
go.
see a collision?
Perfect.
All righty. Well,
Perfect.
the first recorded incident on the moon, of course, was the creation of the moon. And there's been various theories over the years how the moon came into being, captured from another world in our solar system, captured by the gravity of Earth, Earth and moon created at the same time from the same blob of solar nebula, so forth, so on, various ones. But the only one that really holds water, when you stack up all the observed evidence and look at the geologic evidence brought back from various manned and unmanned missions to the moon, is the Earth and the moon were formed about 4.5 billion years ago by the collision of two worlds in the early solar system that unfortunately tried to occupy the same part of space. The proto-Earth, a smaller version of Earth, maybe 80% the size of our current Earth, and a Mars-sized planet that we hypothetically call Theia, ended up in the same place at the same time. There was a great big bump in the night, shattered both worlds. Various computer simulations have been run that, there we go, particularly those by Robin Kennep at Southwest Research Institute and then her team, that show that the collision shattered the Earth, melted Theia, and out of the debris, our current Earth formed, and the moon formed from the debris that orbited the coalescing proto-Earth. And various simulations show that this happened relatively quickly. As little as 24 hours, the moon formed into its basic form, or it could have taken up to about a month. But either way you look at it, on cosmic timescales, that is an incredibly short period of time. And the early moon was much closer to the Earth than its current position. The moon is slowly receding away from the Earth because of the interaction between the the transfer of angular momentum by the tides on the Earth and the orbit of the moon and so forth. So the moon is drifting away about 2.5 centimeters per year. So the moon right now is about 0.5 meter further away than it was when Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon. and it continues to recede away. But early on, it was very close to the Earth, no further away than the current geosynchronous satellites. So tides on the Earth were fierce. Gravitational attraction between the worlds was enormous. And back during this time, let's move on to the next one. The early molten moon was very similar to the Earth. Both worlds were undergoing the same evolution at that point, Earth and Moon. And the heavier elements like iron, radioactive elements, sank to the core of both worlds. Silicates floated at the top on a global magma ocean. And it took millions of years to solidify. Now, at this point, when the moon began to solidify, we entered a period of various epochs of time that delineate events that happened on the moon. Now, we're all familiar with geologic time on the Earth. Remember back when we were kids and we were fascinated by dinosaurs, and we knew about the Jurassic era and the Triassic and the Cretaceous and all of those really cool sounding epochs of time on Earth. Well, the same thing as on the moon. We have various recorded epochs of time. Pre-Nectarian is before about 3.9 billion years ago. A brief period, about 100 million years long, of the Nectarian epoch, where a majority of the heavy asteroid bombardment formed the features that evolved the face of the moon. Then about a billion-year era of the Imbrium epoch, where there was extensive volcanism, and volcanic flows flooded the great basins on the moon and created the dark areas, the Maria of the moon, that we see as the caricature of the face of the man in the moon. And then there was the Eratosthenian epoch, lasted about 2 billion years. Much of the volcanic modification of the moon, a lot of the familiar craters formed during that time. And then we entered the Copernican epoch, which was from about 1 billion years ago to the present. And the moon has been fairly quiet in this time. A number of very large craters, all of the rayed craters, were formed during this period of time, because crater rays take about 1 billion years to fade. If a crater has no ray structure at all, then it's very likely Eratosthenian or Imbrian or Nectarian. It's definitely older than 1 billion years old. But if it has a rays like Copernicus, like Tycho, like a number of very bright rayed craters on the moon, they're fairly young as far as lunar geology goes. So we classify lunar features by this pre-Nectarian, Nectarian, Imbrian, Eratosthenian, Copernican epoch. When we look up in the catalog and it lists a certain crater as being from a particular epoch of time, we immediately know the region of time it was formed, whether it was during a very volcanic era or later on when the moon was fairly benign. Now, the Nectarian epoch is where most of the action occurred. This was a very brief period of time, a little under 100 million years old. And 100 million years sounds like a long time, but when you're talking about the age of the solar system, this is a very brief period of time. At this time, the moon's crust had solidified. This was a period when we think the planets the planets Jupiter and Saturn were not in an orbit that were gravitationally stable with each other. They were the interacting gravities of these worlds were disturbing thousands and thousands of asteroids, and some of them were slung out of the solar system, others were slung toward the sun, and all of the terrestrial planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, the moon, were all hammered by thousands of asteroid impacts. The Earth looked very much like this painting here. I can't remember if this is a Don Davis painting or a Hartman painting, but anyway, it depicts the moon as it was almost 4 billion years ago after the massive asteroid impacts. And but before the lava flooding created the Maria. Now, at this time, the impact rate was perhaps 300 times more than it is today. The solar system literally had more ammunition to throw at us. Nowadays, we define a planet by the IAU. One of the IAU rules is it's cleared out its pathway around the sun. Well, the Earth and the Moon have pretty much swept up all the asteroids in our area, although you get an argument from a planetary scientist about that whenever a near-Earth asteroid zings by. We haven't quite cleared out everything. But at this point, there was not yet any Mare-forming volcanism. The next billion years, the Imbrian epoch, there was extensive volcanism. The interior of the moon was still melted. The magma flowed up through fractures in the bottoms of the Great Basins and flooded these basins and created the face of the man of the moon that we see today. But you notice there's many features that are still not there. Copernicus crater is not there. Tycho's not there. Many of the familiar landmarks that we see today were not yet formed. These did not come into being until the Eratosthenean and the Copernican epoch. So we'll skip over Eratosthenean and go directly to Copernican, which is the last billion years on the moon. And now we see the huge ray structure from Copernicus near the center of the moon, the Tychonian ray system, which virtually spans the entire southern hemisphere. It kind of blends into this image, so you really can't see it that well, but it's in place now. At this point, during the Copernican epoch, young craters retain their ray structure. Rays fade after about 1 billion years because of the gardening of the lunar regolith, the lunar soil, by constant micrometeorite impacts and blasts of solar wind from solar eruptions affect the surface as well, literally stripping it apart molecule by molecule after repeated millions of years of the gases blasted out by the sun during these massive solar eruptions. And of course, there's, fortunately for us, a significant reduction in the rate of crater formation. We might not be here as human beings if the crater rate, if the impact rate had not died down. The extinction ray events like the Chicxulub impact, the dinosaur killer 65 million years ago in the Yucatan, if that was happening almost on a every century basis, life wouldn't have, as we know it, wouldn't have formed on the Earth. So we are very fortunate that things slow down a little bit. Now, we have to understand that there are only 2 landscape forming processes on the moon: volcanism and impact cratering. If it's on the moon, a feature on the moon, it was either created by an asteroid striking the moon or subsequent volcanic modification of the lunar landscape. There are no plate tectonics on the moon. There are no oceans like there are on the Earth. There's no atmosphere to modify things. Once a mountain is in place on the moon, it's there until the end of time. Unlike an earthly mountain that may only last about 100 million years before plate tectonics, weathering oceans, changing shoreline, whatever, alters the face of our planet. The moon is going to pretty much stay the way it is. Now, we'll just concentrate on the Maria today. We'll go into other things like different types of crater, the evolution of mountain chains on the moon and so forth in other episodes. But today, the Maria, or the lunar seas, are dark basalts deposited by these ancient volcanisms in the basins that were created by asteroid impacts. Now you see these basins, all of these Maria are basically round. 350 years of telescopic observations by astronomers never really deduced that simple secret that we can see with our naked eye looking up at the moon, that these large Marias are circular. They were created by impacts and subsequently modified by volcanism. Now, the basins on the moon and the Maria lying within them are not the same feature. There's a basin carved out of the moon and then basalt laid in that basin. They occupy the same spot on the map, but they are two different features created by two different forces. And of course, not all basins on the moon contain a Maria. There are 50 some odd basins on the moon, and the definition of a basin is any crater that is larger than 300 kilometers. If it's under 300 kilometers, it's classified as a crater. Over 300 kilometers, it's a basin. But they're all caused by the same thing. A really big rock fell out of the sky and went boom. So the Maria define the face of the moon, and we see it as our beloved caricature of the man in the moon. There are 21 named Maria on the near side of the moon. Now, 11 of those were named by Giovanni Riccioli in the 17th century. His naming system is the one that survived. In a minute, we'll talk about several other naming systems on the early moon maps, but Giovanni Riccioli's system is the one that survived the test of time. So the classic Maria, Mare Imbrium, the Sea of Rain, Serenitatis, the Sea of Serenity, Tranquillitatis, where Apollo landed, Nectarius, Nubium, Humorum. These classic names are all from the mid-17th century. Now, 8 more lunar seas were named in the 19th and early 20th centuries, primarily along the rim of the moon, the limb, and 2 of them were actually named during the space age. Mare Cognitum was named in 1964. I was in high school then. I was a senior in high school back then. And Cognitum was named in honor of the first successful American moon probe, Ranger 7. Ranger 7 photographed this area in high detail, and Mare Cognitum, the sea that is known, was named after it. And then Mare Insularum, which is near Copernicus, was named in 1976. So a newcomer on the lunar map. Now, I said these Maria, the lunar seas, the great basalt fields, they're circular, they're round, because they are a giant impact crater. And obviously, they've been subsequently modified by further impacts. Like Mare Nectaris here has all of these wonderful large craters that around the rim that formed later. So a constant modification, impacts overlaying older impacts. Mare Crisium, another example, a round impact basin filled with basalts. The same with Mare Serenitatis, a round impact basin on our perspective from Earth. Kind of looks like an egg, but it's more or less round. Imbrium, one of the largest basins on the near side of the moon, almost like 800, 900 kilometers across. Imbrium forms the man in the moon's left eye as we look up at the moon. It appears to be the largest Maria on the moon, but that's just a trick of perspective. The Oceanus, whoops, I'm one slide out of my sequence here. Mare Humorum, another round impact basin. Now, saying Oceanus Procellarum is actually the largest Mare on the moon, covers 2 million square kilometers, but it's so foreshortened off on the western side of the moon that it doesn't even contribute significantly to the face of the man in the moon. When you're looking up at the character, you see his eyes, his offset mouth, his nose. Oceanus Procellarum off to the side doesn't even enter into the illusion of the face, yet it's the largest feature on the moon, 2 million square kilometers of flat basalt. Now, not all basins completely filled up with lava flows. Near the edge of the moon, limit of the moon, I should say, and especially on the far side, the crust is thicker, physically thicker, and this thicker crust restricts lava eruptions. So Mare Austral, near the limit of the moon, closer to this thicker crust on the backside, didn't completely fill with lava. Instead, it's a collection of basalt-filled craters. And we see this down on the lower southeastern corner of the moon. Sometimes you can see more of it and less of it as the moon's libration rocks back and forth. But it's easy to spot. It's a dark mottled area down kind of in the man of the moon's lower left right cheek. Now, not all of the basins lie within a single excuse me, not all the Maria lie within a single basin. Mare Frigoris, which kind of forms the man on the moon's eyebrows over his eyes. The Mare Imbrium makes his left eye, Serenitatis and Tranquillitatis combined make his right eye. But above it, there is Mare Frigoris, 200 kilometers high, but spanning almost 800 kilometers across the northern rim of the moon, kind of making a single eyebrow above both eyes. This particular Mare may lie in portions of the Procellarum, Imbrium, and Serenitatis basins, all combined into one long ribbon of basalt. So, I was talking about jumping topics here, how the moon got its name. We saw all of these lunar Maria, the Imbrium and Serenitatis and Tranquillitatis. These were all applied by Giovanni Riccioli. He named the lunar seas after types of weather or states of the mind. Sea of tranquility, sea of rain, weather and states of mind. But back in the early 17th century, there were actually three well-established selenographers. There was Hevelius in Poland, Langrenus in Belgium, and Riccioli in Italy. The moon of Hevelius had names on it that we don't recognize today, like Copernicus. He had it listed as Mons Etna. Tycho, Mons Sinai. The dark apparition of Plato crater, he called it the Greater Black Lake. But these names didn't survive the test of time. There was also a competing series of maps drawn by Langrenus, but his naming system was very regionalistic and preferential to regional royalty. And that didn't go over well in other areas of Europe. I mean, they were always fighting each other at war, and one country didn't necessarily like the other country's king. So the Langrenian naming system was just too political, so it fell out of favor. Instead, the system by Riccioli, where lunar craters were named after famous poets, philosophers, scientists, the large dark Maria named after states of the mind or the weather. But there was another map, well, the same map, but another system that Riccioli also had on his first map that fell out of favor after about 200 years. Very few people know that the same lunar naming system that we accept today had other things on the original map as well. The bright features on the moon also had names just like the dark features did. Just like we have Mare Imbrium, the Sea of Rains, the bright areas that weren't dark had names like Terras Sanitatis, or Terra Fertilitatis. My Latin is not too good at this hour of the night. Down by Tycho, or Terra Sterilitatis, the land of sterility, the land of fertility, Terra Caloris, the land of heat. But after about 200 years, back in the 18th century, 1800s, these names fell out of favor and they were erased from the map. So the evolution of lunar names eventually settled down to the map we see today, with Riccioli's naming system of famous poets, philosophers, scientists dotting the map of crater names, and the new Maria that were added followed the same naming convention. The IAU now adopts this as the official naming convention, and there's quite a few features that have been added to the moon map just in the past 50 years. But oddly, there's an enormous, whoops, yep, that is the last of my slides. I shouldn't do that. There's an enormous amount of features on the moon that are not named. And we'll see some of those in my future episodes. But getting a feature on the moon named it's a tough sled. There's conventions that must be followed if it's being named after a particular individual who is qualified for that. Now, you can't name the features on the moon after military personnel, for instance. But if you want to name them after a famous scientist, they have to be dead for 3 years before they get their crater. It has to be approved by the IAU. It's not just something we can slap on there, although there are popular names on the moon. We'll talk about that in the future as well. But the official names have to go through the IAU Lunar Nomenclature Committee. And today, that person is headed by our friend Chuck Wood, the fellow who does the Sky and Telescope Lunar column. I've thrown my suggestions at him, and he's given me various reasons why, well, we can't do that because of this, that, or the other rule that they've got. But it's a slow process. The map on the moon is gaining names slowly, and I'm very pleased to see that some people that I knew and knew personally and admired for their lunar work are getting their names on the moon very soon. So the baton is being passed on. So I think that's pretty much about all I have to say today. We do this again next week. If we do this again next week,
we just got a whole education about the creation of our planet and that other planet, the moon. So.
Okay. Well, next week I'll talk about the various types of craters. Craters are not just bumps and holes in the ground. They have personalities. They're different. There are many different types of them, how they're modified into various forms. That'll pretty much take up my segment. So I look forward to doing that next week, and I've enjoyed chatting with you. I hope you've picked up just a little morsel here and there. It's a learning process where none of us picked all of this up overnight. It's just keep your ears open.
No, but it's wonderful to have somebody like you that can gently guide us through all of these naming conventions and the history of the moon in the way that you have tonight. So thank you very much. It was great. I learned a lot too.
Oh, great that I've done my job. So, well, I appreciate it, and we'll see you next week.
Yes, you will. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, next week we've already picked out our theme, and it is from the Big Bang to you, and it features Carrie Letelier, who's an award-winning nightscape photographer from Chile, and she will be co-hosting the event with us. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and we are excited to have her come on. And good night, Robert Reeves, and happy moon exploring out there.
All right.
I look forward to seeing some new images. That's
you
great.
bet.
Thank
we'll
you.
see you then.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so up next we have, let me double check my schedule here. Sorry guys, a little bit lost. Here. I believe it would be Marcello Souza. Marcello, are you available?
I saw
I'm
you
here.
check that. Oh, good.
I'm here. Hi.
Great, Marcello. I understand you're getting ready for your big event.
Yeah, it's almost.
INAA, and Can you tell us a little bit? I mean, I've been at the event, but how did you get the idea to coordinate this event? It's been going on for around
What
20
happened?
years, right?
Yes, we began in 2008. There was the first international event that organized in our city. Our club was founded in 1996. Then we begin to, since the beginning of our astronomy club here in our city, we begin to organize regional and national events in our city. And we begin to make contacts using internet since the beginning of the club, because you have internet in my university. Then I made contact with many groups in the world since we began the club, our astronomy club. Then 10 years after we founded the club, we have the opportunity to organize it. We already organized 2 national events in our city. It was the first national event here in Brazil of astronomy. Then in 2008, as we begin international contacts, because we were preparing for the International Year of Astronomy in 2009. Then, as we began to make international contacts, we begin to participate in the Astronomers Without Borders. Then, I had many friends, international friends, I talked with our group if we could organize an event with international speakers. Then we organized our first event in 2008. And for the second event in 2009, we had the opportunity to invite a lot of people from different countries. We had in our city Buzz Aldrin, Charlie Duck.
I remember that.
2 Apollo astronauts. We have 2 cosmonauts from Russia, that is Pavel Vinogradov or Lev Kotov.
Wow.
We had here also the ESA's astronaut, Paulo Nespoli from Italy, the Brazilian astronauts, Marcos Pontes, and the space explorer, an astronaut, that is Anusha Ansari. Then, in 14 editions of our event, we had the participation of more than 190 invited speakers from 34 countries.
Wow.
From all the continents. We had from Oceania, Asia, Africa, Americas, then Europe. Then we have people from different countries in our city, from 34 countries. And this year we organized the 15th edition. And here in Brazil, we have a problem in the beginning of the year. Everybody knows now. We have they tried a state cup here, and even with these problems, it was possible for us to organize this event. And I would like to invite all of you to be here with us. If you come here, we have conditions to offer a place to stay, everything to be with us here. And I prepared here, Scott, I will share here. This last week, I visited a special place here. Let me see if it will work well here. These are our links. And here is the first dark sky park in Latin America that is near us. The event that we are organizing during the night, we are going to make observations inside this dark sky park that is located near us. And here again to show where we are. Here is campus. In this dark region here is where is located the dark sky park. And here we have 3 seats. This is one, a big one. Here is the part that don't have artificial lights here. And now I visited the park from this region here. That is another seat that you have here. And they invited me to visit there, to find a place where they will begin to organize the observations there. And I will show the place here. Here we were in the city that is far from my city here, is almost 1 hour from our city here, 50 kilometers from my city. And here is the place where we left to go to this part that is in a mountain. It's 1,000 meters high. And I will show the place here. We need this special car. The distance of this mountain, the top of this mountain from to this city is 40 kilometers. We needed 2 hours to arrive in the top of the mountain because the road isn't a good road. We don't have asphalt here. It is, and then here is the beginning of the park in this region. Here's the view that you have. You don't see any lights here, only forests and mountains. Here is already near the top of the mountain. You can see here the horizons here. And we had the opportunity to take pictures here. Here is Venus. It was dark because we use the flash of the smartphones. At night. And here, and I made some experience with my smartphone. Here you can see the Pleiades here. The Pleiades here. Here, Capella is near here. I think that is this position here. Capella, and yes, here is Venus. Then it's a wonderful place. You don't have any kind of artificial lights there. It's a very beautiful place. It's the place that we are planning to organize many observations there. And this is the place. You don't have lights. You have a house here where we stayed, but it's only one house. And when we ask him, he turn off the lights and everything begins to be dark. And we return to make activities in school since the beginning of March. And from Thursday, from last week until today, we make presentations and show information about astronomy for more than 250 students in 4 different schools. Here is what I was doing in this period. Today, during the morning, I also made a presentation for students. Here you can see the schools that we visited here. Then in many places, you had a lot of students. They put all the students in auditorium and I had the opportunity to talk with them about astronomy. And we are again trying to find talents for astronomy and for new technologies. And here was a presentation this Monday, yesterday. And today I made a presentation in this school. And in total, more than 250 students in 4 schools from Thursday last week until today.
Wow.
And Thursday, I will visit another school. Every week, we are visiting 3 or 2 schools per week. And this is something that a teacher made contact with me about this question. She prepared a test about astronomy for their students, and she asked the students to answer if it was right or wrong. And one of the questions, what she said is this: the planets are illuminated by their moons. And then she asked for the student to say if it was right or wrong. One of the students answered that it is right. And what are you going to do, Scott, if she answered this? You say that is it correct or not?
if the moon would illuminate a planet, right?
Yes.
No, no, it's not correct. But
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 look
there is
what
moonlight. There is
yes.
moonlight. Okay, so we can see moonlight on the Earth, but it's reflected sunlight, so it's
Yes,
not
but
illuminated.
look what the student said.
Okay.
One student consider it a correct answer because the moons reflect sunlight and illuminate the planets. She didn't say that it is the only source of that illuminated the planets, that are the light that comes from the moons. And she made the interpretation that the moons illuminated the planets, but it's not the main light that arrives to the planets, that comes from the sun. And she based her reasoning on the measurable effects of the full moonlight on Earth. It's something fantastic.
Interesting answer.
Yes, and a small kid, and the teacher made contact with me because she didn't know what she can do, because what the kids did, she made question. She asked her about how that she wrote the sentence.
I see.
It's not saying that you need to have our source of light, but the moons reflect the light of the sun, and in some way these lights arrive in the planets, like the full moon here that illuminates during the night for us. No?
Mm-hmm.
That is something fantastic what she said. No?
Yes.
I said that it was incorrect, but when I read what the kids
she gave good reasoning for her answer.
Yes.
I would agree with that.
It's fantastic. You find the kids that think about the question and find a way.
It's these kinds of questions that make you think.
Yes.
That make you think, because many times we hold firm to our answers being right or wrong, but sometimes it does take it can come from a young student to challenge you on how you're thinking about it. And so to me, illumination means that it is a source of, the ultimate source of light. And I think a lot of people would agree with that. But there probably is unique effects of the illumination of reflected light from the moon and what it does. Okay.
Yes.
And there's some interactivity with that. So.
And the sentence, it didn't say that you needed to have our source of energy.
Right. Yeah.
Then I think that the student was right. But something that was fantastic because it happened today. She made contact with me today to know what she can do, because she didn't know how to say to the student that she was incorrect. And I said, no, I think that she's right also. You need to make a new sentence now.
Yes.
And this is what's happening with the sun.
Oh,
this is from the spaceweather.com from today. And you see the coronal hole here. What the size of the coronal hole that appears in the sun is, I think that's one of the biggest coronal hole that I saw in the last years. Something, and you have the ejection of coronal mass, because here is only in the coron of the sun, but something different is happening with the sun. this happened. Let me see if you function here. Here, the move. Can you see here the tornado here, the big tornado here? 14 times the size of the Earth.
Good Lord.
And they registered this tornado for 3 days. But it didn't come in direction of the Earth, the coronal mass ejection. It's something fantastic, this, no? You can see this is from the NASA Dynamics Observatory, and let me show in other wavelengths. Again, you see in different wavelengths, you can see the tornado here in the North Pole of the Sun. Then something different is happening. It is active. Now is the maximum of it. We are arriving the maximum of activity. You can see here again in a different wavelength here. Then so the sun is very active. And this is our event that I would like to invite all of you to be with us. It will happen from April 27, 29 this year. And we have now Gabe Gabriel will be here. He made presentation for students, fantastic. Betty Maya Futi for the International Dark Sky Association will be here. We will be talking about the Dark Sky Park and to begin a chapter of the International Dark Sky Association in Brazil. She's coming here representing the International Dark Sky Association. Iane Roberstad coming from Norway. She is the coordinator of the Global Science Opera. And the topic of the Global Science Opera this year is the James Webb Telescope. Then is a way to show that arts and science can be together. And we produce an opera with students about the topic, about this topic. You have contributions from different countries, and we all together make a presentation. Dermeval Carneiro is director of the Planetarium in the North region of Brazil, and he is responsible to organize the observation of the annular eclipse, solar eclipse that will happen in October this year. And in his state will be probably the best place to see the annular eclipse here in Brazil. I have a place that you don't have rains. Here is Eduardo Penteado, that is a Brazilian that works as one of the coordinators of the International Astronomy Union Office of Astronomy for Education, that's located in Germany. Alejandro Sommer, that he is the director, he works with astrotourism, and is representative in Argentina of the International Dark Sky Association. And he also knows about the indigenous in Argentina, and he is developing a lot of work there to protect the night sky. Julio Fabris, that is from a state near us, he works with cosmology. He's one of the most famous Brazilian cosmologists. And you have more people coming. I hope one of you will be here with us also. You'll be very welcome. And now it's near. We are almost finished the next edition of Skies Up. We have a special collaboration from Max. Max, thank you very much for
my pleasure,
your
Marcelo.
article. He wrote an article about his experience in 2 solar eclipses in Argentina, with fantastic images. Thank you very much, Max.
I'm glad that you like it, Marcelo, and thank you for inviting me to participate in Skies Up magazine.
Thank you very much. It was fantastic. And here is my daughter again. She was looking at the telescope, and he was with a doll. She was with a doll, and then she puts the dolls to look at the telescope. This happened three or 2 years ago, but I ever remember this. And now I showed last time. She now knows how to use the telescopes, and she has only 7 years old, and she likes to be with a telescope. This is something that makes me very happy. Thank you very much, Scott,
Thank
for
you
the
very much.
invitation.
Yeah,
Ever
thank
is a great pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's great. Okay. All right, guys. We are now at the end of our presentation with our final speaker is John Schwartz, who has been doing an amazing job in illustrating, literally illustrating the universe for us. He talks to me at least once or twice a week about things that he's doing to push the envelope and to making his work even better. And it's great to have John on. I do want to apologize to John because I screwed up her schedule a little bit here. But John, thank you for your patience. And it looks like you're out in the cosmos there.
Well, yes, I am. I'm again at, Pine Mountain tonight. And I'm so high up in the mountains, I broke through the clouds. And I'm in the clearing. So
yeah, you look a little spectral looking,
Yeah, the lighting from the Milky Way is incredible, how it can illuminate. And I take advantage. I can't quite read my paper this way, but
it's dark out there, right?
They say that in some places you can actually read the paper by moonlight, which is absolutely crazy.
I've done that myself. One of the things that I have learned too is that you can see your shadow cast by the light of the Milky Way. Okay, if you're in an area dark enough. So I was with Tim Hunter from the International Dark Sky Association, and he was showing me this effect while we were at Bryce Canyon, and I was blown away. So, but that's a nice image behind you, and makes me yearn to be under really dark skies again.
Yes, it's amazing to see some of these things when you get up, at altitude above the marine layer and above the clouds, and the transparency is tenfold. Everything just gets better the higher up you go. So it's been really fortunate for me to be located this close to Mount Pinos and to be able to get access to this amazing dark sky site. So anyway, I'm going to start. I've got so many pictures now. Let's go ahead and start with, this is me posing with my two Salvador Dali portraits. I tried to, look the part.
Salvador Dali.
My father was a friend of Salvador Dali. And,
I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah, Merrill Chase, and he has pictures with him. I never got to meet him personally, but I surely enjoyed seeing real paintings done by Salvador, and just the ability that he had, and he painted clouds and a lot of hidden connotation, which is something I like to do. This was an actual portrait of Salvador that I did. 30 by 40 acrylic on canvas. It was a commission. That took hundreds of hours. When I was doing it, it was a heat wave here, and we don't have great air conditioning in the one bedroom I worked in. So literally it was like 100 degrees, and I had been working throughout the day doing torch down, which is torch applied roofing. So I basically had to have this done by Friday morning. This was the other one I did. This one was already done. This is
like
also
a photograph.
Yeah, that's what I practiced. You know, growing up, I was really intrigued by Norman Rockwell. Schlauser was another guy. Dolly's work. You know, just Maxwell Parrish. Just to be able to see the way they would capture the light and the moment, and the way people were portrayed in such a happy way. You know, these days it's hard to get that, you know, but you got to just hang in, and the good times come, you know. This was a symbolic painting for me. It was one of my first real paintings back. I did. It's acrylic on board, and it's called Standing Tall, and it was in Kings Canyon, you know, Northern California, where all the big trees are, the redwoods. And it was a moon, like a full moon, and then all the stars and the beautiful pine trees in the background. And it's symbolic of my recovery, as you know, when I had my hip replacements. Standing Tall is the name. And, you know, I've been truly blessed by the wonders of medical procedures. Another great thing about digital painting is this picture I did here was kind of got destroyed, but I was able to restore it through digital art. And this is a view of looking out my window at McCoy Mountain. It's a mountain in Simi that overlooks the west end of Simi Valley. And it has a beautiful cross, and the moon was setting down on it. So I just wanted to show this. This is a lot of my, most of my art stuff that I'm doing here. This is me at the helm at Mount Pinos. So I have one giant telescope mount with a 12-inch tube assembly, Schmidt-Cassegrain, and a little 5-inch Celestron F7 telephoto, if you remember that one, little 5-inch Schmidt.
Yep.
And so that's my video viewfinder. And then I can see, you know, 51 dead centered when I put it in. And it was quite an amazing show. The monitors don't do them justice. You know, I plan to get this up and running once our weather clears here.
Right. Once those rivers of rain stop.
Yeah. We have not had a break. This is something I'm working on. It's called M46. It's kind of zoomed in a little. So it's a rare treat to see a blown up star in a cluster. You know, M15 has one. It's very difficult to see. The globular cluster has, you have to look extremely hard with a filter and have really good conditions. But this is, you know, a real cool view because it shows you the dead star that blew up amongst all the living stars.
Right.
There's more of an eyepiece type crop, you know, to give you an idea. This was my winning. This is how I started the year, by winning Cloudy Nights sketch contest. Very proud of this.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's quite an honor. I'll tell you.
I'll bet there's a lot of people don't know that there's a sketch contest on Cloudy Nights. You know, it's something people should check out.
There's some amazing artists. They're just dedicated observers and very technical. I'll tell you, in there is a lot of talent from the moderators, you know, Frank and Michael and Yui. There's a few more. And then there's a whole gang of guys that just, I could name 100 people that I consider outstanding, you know, just amazing work that I've been able to enjoy during the rain. You know, I haven't been able to get out. So this is how I get my fix. I go on Cloudy Nights. Right. This was actually done through your scope. This is a sketch of one of the sunspots. It looked like a guitar to me. You know, that fluorite telescope, it's a beauty. This is, look at the finish on that. You know, I use Carnauba on all my telescopes.
Oh, do you?
Well, you know, it protects.
Polish it up.
Well, I like to see myself in there so I know it's real, because this telescope is one of the most amazing tools in my arsenal that I use for my lunar work, my planetary work, and some open clusters, even comets 51. There was me posing with this beautiful instrument with the 3-inch feather touch focuser. You know, that was the day we had that major solar eclipse, and it just cleared barely. So I wanted to show that one.
Awesome.
These are a couple sketches that I did of galaxies looking through my 28 and then Merco's 32-inch, which I have constant access to, which is really nice to be able to look through. It's f3.0, so it's super low to the ground, and it's very stable because it's real short and squatty, but boy, does it pull it in. This is one that you helped me get. This was my video. Thank God for telescopes, because when you get in trouble, you can just sell one and bail yourself out. So that's what I did.
Maybe.
You know, it took me a lifetime to trade up to a 28-inch telescope, and then I had to get rid of it. And, you know, I kept the ladder. I didn't think I'd ever have another one, but 2 years later, the universe dropped another one on me. But during that period, I was using this wonderful Meade 16-inch, which is quite a hefty load. And I would sit in my trailer and just do video and relax for a change instead of, yeah. And I'd have people come in.
I don't think I ever saw that rig. I don't believe.
Yeah, that was the one you got for me at from Meade. These were the rockets that we built, remember?
Yes, they're in the Explore Scientific showroom right now.
And I did your colors on the V2.
Yeah.
Vernon von Braun, a wonderful scientist from Germany, helped us with our journey to space. And so I was very happy to build this particular rocket. And the other one is called an Estes Alpha. It's like our first rocket we ever built as a kid.
I built one of those Estes Alpha bottle rockets.
Yeah.
As a kid. You probably did too.
Oh, I built a
That one
ton of
that
them. That one's 13'6", and it goes 8,000 feet, Mach 2.
Yeah.
And so here we are at Mount Pinos. This is the classic star party, Clint Whitman. I'm directly behind him. My scope was too big. It wouldn't fit in the picture. You know,
Aw.
It's too bad. Here's another Mount Pinos star party excursion.
yeah.
I mean, it's like you got to fight for territory. If you don't get up there early, you're going to be off on the edge.
That's right.
This is just a weird twist I did on 51. Like you could go to it and come in from a different angle, like you're actually there, you know, maybe like 10 or 15 million light years, you know, getting close.
Yeah.
It's not even close, you know, that's just getting a little bit there, but I always like this one. I keep playing with it. Here's a couple other galaxies, NGC 3511, 3513, double pairing, which is kind of cool. They're unique. You know, 81 and 82 is a good one. This is another contest entry. I didn't win, but that's 4565 NGC.
Nice drawing.
Thank you.
Galaxy.
Yeah, it's a beautiful one to look at in the big dome. I mean, you can actually see a little bit of star activity. Of course, you know, 253 is one of my favorites.
Galaxy. Yeah.
Yeah, the silver dollar.
Galaxy.
Yeah, it from here, it's for you guys in South America. You're killing me, because that thing's probably directly overhead, and I couldn't imagine what that looks like.
I saw it last December in a Dobsonian. It was 8 inches and 20 millimeters eyepiece.
Yes.
You know.
Because it's so big edge to edge, sometimes it's better to use a smaller scope to get the whole thing in, you know. So I've seen that happen before, where it looks sometimes better in a little scope because you can get the whole galaxy. This one I'm proud of. This was actually Mirko couldn't make it. This one, he's been very busy with work, but he helped me take this picture, and we got the APOD Astrobin picture of the day, which was quite a reward through my
achievement.
28-inch right there. Yeah, and we didn't guide. That was just shorts. Of course, there's my license plate. As you know, I do love that galaxy.
Right.
253. They made me put the G on there. I don't know why I had to put another letter, but I can't argue with
State of
DMV.
California made you put it on there?
Yeah, DMV. Don't want to. So here's another star party. I think this was 2007. Could it have been? So this is our setup. That's me with that video setup, and there's Steve Kennedy with his 32-inch
Oh yeah.
Dob, and there's Steve at the table. I don't know where I was. I was probably talking to somebody. And behind me is my old 24. You see behind the little trailer with the white Meade 16, that Dob. That was one I traded up to. So I've had, two 24s, two 28s, and I'm still working on, the 40.
Yeah. Don't stop there, man.
Okay, this one is a nice planetary. And with that transparency at Pinos through the 32, it just opened up. So I was able to get the best, sketch I've ever done of this object. This thing's really cool looking. It's a blown up star. It's bipolar, kind of blew into two separate lobes. But the poles is where everything goes out of usually. This is an actual sketch that also won the contest in Cloudy Nights last year. Now, if you look at M82, look at the top. You can see like a coral in the middle of the core, that like dark gray. I was actually resolving this on the maiden voyage to pick up the 32-inch for Mirko. We drove straight there, stopped at Bortle 1s all the way along the way, and we were looking at galaxies with binoculars. Awesome. 51 and 101 were clearly resolved in my Fujinon 16x70s. But when we got this scope started, in that first couple hours, 2-3 hours, when it stabilized, it was the most amazing dark sky I've ever seen. It was in Rodeo, New Mexico, at a huge plot.
I've been there. It's dark. It's
dark
there.
And I think
crazy
it was
dark.
Yeah, it was originally might have been Steve at Coe's place, but it had like 3 observers. I wanted to buy it. I almost talked my wife into it. It had $1 million house and a workshop that could drive 2 giant RVs through double garage doors. So you just do drive-throughs, all self-contained, huge observatory domes, 2 of them, a warming room, and then a roll-off. Just the absolute perfect
heaven for an astronomer.
Yep, but I cried because I knew I couldn't do it because we're stuck here still. But you can see the H alpha being ejected out of there in deep sky astrophotos. You can really see the red, like Tony Hallis's picture or so many others. You can see that the actual plasma being ejected out of there because it's a starburst galaxy. It's very active. So it's feeding, and it's spitting out massive amounts of plasma it can ingest. So it's almost like a jet, but they look like coral to me. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
The little bit of, you can you've never been able to see that unless it's a photo. So that's an actual view of what I was seeing visually through the 32 from Bortle 1, a true Bortle 1.
That's what dark skies in a big scope can do.
Yeah, I mean, and it was very transparent. Not every night is that good.
Rodeo, New Mexico is very dark, very transparent. From there, Jack Newton held a star party. He held one, and it was called the Jack Newton Star Party. But with an 8-inch telescope, we could see color in the Orion Nebula, and that was blowing everybody away. It really was.
Yeah, that is truly amazing.
Not like Technicolor, but it wasn't blue-gray. Okay, it was kind of this reddish, and you go, "Wow, that's color," And so that was amazing.
Okay, I'm gonna put a couple more here, and then I can wrap it up. I've got quite a few of the scope pictures that I accumulated over the years that I like to show. It's more than a hobby. It's a disease.
Yes,
each instrument provides a different application. You know, you can use a lot of these instruments are good for doing the video, others for the purist, the Newtonian view, which is what we all like to see. You know, you can never forget your roots. You have to always remember that, you know, visual astronomy is so important. You can't just get away from that and do the other video or even astrophotography. It's just too good to do, you know, visual astronomy. And not only that, the absorption of photons, that'll get you home before you completely unravel from staying up for 3 days. Just, you know, being giddy like a kid because the views you had that night were just so amazing. And that's all you can think about is how wonderful the scope performed, and everything was working great. And everybody was just blown away by the views that we had that night. It was very tremendous. Yeah, really a great night. I'm just looking for one more. I think that's it. Okay, let's go with this. I think we have enough for now. I can keep going. That's what I was doing, was loading up everything, getting ready for my moment. So this was actually Hawaii. I wanted Adrian to show this too. This was right at sunset. It was like the only real clear day, but you can see Venus and Jupiter right there over the ocean. And, you know, in Hawaii, look at the ship in the background. I mean, it's so crystal clear, the air coming off that ocean.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, when you see the Big Dipper set into the ocean, there's just something different. You know, it's a magical feeling, something I've never experienced that we don't want to see. Here's one of my other scopes, my Celestron, with there's that 5-inch I was telling you about. On my AP 1200. That's my video, one of my video platforms. Here's another setup.
Nice.
You know, always I like having the little guide scope on top, so you get two views. Here's Big Daddy. This is the one that I took pictures of. It's a GM 200 Losmandi, 200-pound supposed. I think it's more like 150-pound weight capacity. But that thing will break your back, let me tell you. It's a heavy unit, so you really got to be in shape. You know, I collect these instruments. Each one is handpicked, and you know, this was actually, believe it or not, the floor model from Telescope City. So that this was a very good optic, as you recall, Scott. You know, Maurice would never sell anything but the finest equipment. But this was a great performer that I deforked because, you know, how that goes. Anyway, this is me looking through my scope. We did a big star party at
That's a beautiful photograph too. I like that.
Thank you, Bjorn. That was Bjorn's photo. I'm in the movie too. So this was an amazing night. He you know, recorded the whole setup, and then we got started, and what a night it was, man. I got to tell you, it turned out, that's just below Mount Pinos, and it has a full horizon. So you can actually get Omega Centauri from there, which is rare. It's a tough shot, but yeah, it's a big scope, you know, all night long, up and down. I've probably summited the Eiffel Tower in one night, maybe even higher. But this is a beautiful galaxy, NGC 4535. I like it because it looks like an S. So it's pretty cool, unique shape.
Cool. Yeah.
You know, and again, in South America, Argentina, Patagonia, Chile, all those wonderful places, they get the best views of the barred spirals. They have some incredible stuff. And the sky down there, boy, you'll get lost in a hurry. This is the Eye of Cleopatra. It's a planetary nebula. Really cool one.
That's nice.
Thank you. It's a little
Cleopatra.
Yep. You know,
always a new deep sky object name that
Yeah.
Me. That's awesome.
And she winked at me, and I thought I was an Egyptian for a minute.
Yeah, that's right.
But no, that's what gives it the intrigue. The names like the Star Queen, or even the Silver Dollar Galaxy, the Needle, the Spindle, there's so many great ones. This was a direct view of Mars through my 28. I had an incredible night. We were having a shootout there, who had the best optics. I threw a sneaky trick in, is I put an off aperture mask on mine, and I had like a 10-inch refractor working, and it devastated. This was the view through that as well. I've never seen the vortice on Jupiter do, like when it hit that red spot, man, it just went right around it. That thing has some serious power going on, because that those bands are moving circularly around the planet, and when it hits that spot, it just has to go around it. There's too many winds, and it's almost like a massive typhoon or hurricane, I would imagine. But how many Earths fit in there? I think 3.
Something like that.
That would be terrible if that came here, wouldn't it? This was Saturn. This one I'm real proud of, through the 28-inch. A lot of hours on this one. We get incredible planetary views up there. Just insane, from being up at 8,000-9,000 feet with that onshore flow of air. You can really get some, and you see those white clouds on the bottom, and that was what was amazing. I could actually see those storm clouds, and you don't usually see those white clouds like that. On a later one I did, their clouds got more pronounced. It was really amazing to see. Those planets are huge. So this is a real good one I did. One of my favorites to look through the 28 is M106. It just completely reveals the spiral structure, and you can see how there's some kind of an interaction on that upper spiral arm. Got a little distorted, perhaps from that satellite galaxy, could be tidally affecting it. So I'm not sure, but that's a good one to look at. This is another favorite, Antenna, NGC 4038 in Corvus. So this is what happens when two galaxies collide. They basically seamlessly float through each other. They don't really even hit. You would think those stars would hit each other, but they're so far apart that it just goes through like it's invisible. And then when the gravity gets hold of it, it just destroys the structure of each galaxy and creates a new type of galaxy. A lot of times it'll end up being an elliptical. This one's just a kind of a skewed, I don't know what kind it is, but it definitely is feeling the effects of that tidal tugging. It just shredded out the arms and created a whole bunch of active starburst regions. It's pretty cool to see that through your telescope. This is another cool one, 3187. So it's another kind of an S. My name is Schwartz, so I like the ones that look like an S. This is again through big aperture scopes. You don't really see that much detail, and you have to have a real good night. So this is my newest version of the Blue Snowball, NGC 7662.
Night on the 60-inch?
Yeah, that's using the 60, correct.
Yeah.
But this one, I went further. I just did a lot more work to it. Once I got my Procreate, I was able to create those like lobes. Look at the two inner lobes. That's like just an incredible thing to see in your scope.
The detail, in the brighter ring area.
Yeah, the outers.
That looks, when you see it through the 60-inch and and then you compare this drawing, it is really authentic. I mean, this is
But
what
they-
you see.
Yeah, that what you see is better than any cell phone snapshot, and that's what this is representing. I mean, the cell phone will give you an idea of position and basic shape, but it's always blown
Yeah, but
out.
all the subtlety and the range and
they're
all of that is, it's difficult to it can be intensified in astrophotography, but the real visual view through big scopes of these kinds of objects is unique, and I guess can only be expressed through a drawing.
That's the beauty of drawing too, is like, so a lot of people always say, that's it. I just saw that I don't really see anything. And I got to tell you, they're missing it, because you need to really study these and use your averted vision. And it really shows you what it actually looks like for real when you look through a telescope. And so many times you see that box with these giant nebulas on it, and you get your scope set up and you can't even find a star in it. That was the old Sears, back in the day.
Yeah, right.
But my, how things have changed. But it's so important to do visual to actually see it. Plus that light's been traveling a long time to get to your eyes, so it's just a real kind of cool thing to think about when you're looking at it. The photons, they're real, so they go right in. You're absorbing them, so you're part of it. You're connected through the photon connection, and that's something I never want to lose. When I started doing video, I was getting real excited about the reward. I could just sit in a chair, and it was mind blowing how much detail, like the astrophotos and everything, show. But every time I come back to the hobby, I go back to visual, because that's the starting point for me, and I'm never going to let that go. And it's so important that we continue to do visual astronomy, because it's a direct connection. Even video and astrophotography, it's just got a little more time added onto it. What does it really matter if it's been traveling for 30 million years? What's another half hour? Or like, if you've seen a 10-hour exposure of some of these things and what they're showing now, it's just so incredible.
Yeah.
So I believe to have a whole different array of instrumentation and, cameras and lenses, and, just, you need to have the best of the best to use for all applications. And it's like your eyepieces are so amazing. When we're at Pinos, we're always comparing the ethos with those 92 millimeters. And I got to tell you, it's hard to tell them apart in these big Dobbs. They're just amazing views. And I was stunned how the field on that 92 degree eyepiece you make, there's 3 of them. Jerry has them, and they are amazing. I was just like blown away. He goes, John, what do you think? I go, is that your ethos? He goes, no, that's Explorer Scientific. And I go, wow, what eyepiece is that? And so he told me, and
The
Don,
thing about those 92 degree eyepieces that's to me remarkable, and I'm not, I relied on a very talented lens designer to create those eyepieces. They have 20 millimeters of eye relief, which for a hyper wide field of view, I'm not selling right now either. This is
no, it's true.
Really the real deal.
They're eye
For
pop.
a hyper wide field of view, to be that far back from the eye lens is really comfortable, and it's a lot of the hyper wide eyepieces, what you give up is eye relief, but these are unique, and they're a standout in that regard. If there were awards to give out to lens designers, this guy would definitely get one. He lives in China. He's a Chinese lens designer, and he's super talented. So anyways,
No,
that's great.
It really shows. And man, it's just a pleasure to have access to all these great things, you know.
Yeah. And you got lots of
It's like
toys there, man. You do.
everybody up there is you know, they're just going for it, and we use the best of the best equipment. So and it, you know, that's why we all
Well,
have
you guys share that experience too. You've been out at many outreach events with your awesome gear, and you know, it's not like you keep it all to yourself. So that's very cool.
this is just another version. I've got 100 of these Orions that I work on, that I really love. You know, Orion is probably one of my most favorite targets, just because every time you look at it, it's just so spectacular.
Yeah.
And to think like, you know, Sir Lord Ross and the pioneers of this hobby, they were drawing these with grids and star plotting so accurately.
Yeah.
It was just stunning to see the result that those guys could do. And we're so much luckier to have what we have today. I mean, there's no reason why we shouldn't be putting out great stuff, you know?
Right.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank
That's
you.
about all I got.
John, thank you for wrapping
Sure.
up the Global Star Party tonight.
My pleasure. I enjoy it. It's great to be a part of this and share this stuff and you know, help people get an understanding of the hobby and the real view that you can expect to see, and you know, the benefit of having good equipment and you know, especially good customer service. Like I said, you know, everything's great.
Yeah, it's something that you know, for us that are in the industry, you know, we have this. I think it's a very unusual relationship, you know, with the people that are into the lifestyle of astronomy. You know, they are a very giving, a very sharing group of people. Very, you know, if you're not into amateur astronomy right now, and you're just watching this program and you've never been to a star party event or a kind of event that you know, that John was just showing, like at Mount Pinos, you learn that these are great people, you know, and they're very interesting people, and they're all sharing the wavelength of this journey that they're on, you know, this exploration that they're on, and so that is the reason why I chose the theme of journey for this particular Global Star Party. So thank you for encapsulating all of that and sharing that, John. You did a great job. So
I
thank you.
appreciate it. You know, that's what we live for, is actually is sharing this with the public and kids, and just to see a kid when they see Saturn's rings and they yell out, "It's not real." It's just, man, that's where you really get your thrill from astronomy, is when you share it with somebody and potentially that
you
guy
know, that you're blowing their mind. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's
And
right.
then to see people tell you that they've never even heard of the Ring Nebula, but they saw both central stars, that to me was just incredible to hear that, you know, that somebody, a mom and her two kids saw that. And that was at a big star party we did. They came up, like 90 people came up, and I'd been up for 2 days already. This is my third day. And, you know, when you know what you got to do, you just do it. And so I just started to go and shared all these views with everybody, and I got uplifted, and it gave me the energy to get through it. And then we shut down and did some viewing till daylight with another sketcher, Andrew.
Right.
And those are the guys you want to hang with, the ones that'll stay up till daylight, because so many go to bed early and miss all that work you set up and days of planning, and then you come up, set up, and go to bed. That's not happening here.
Not right now. It's raining like crazy out there.
Yeah. Well, it is past my bedtime, but
Yeah,
now that
yeah.
I've been talking astronomy, I'll probably be up all
You'll
night
be
again.
awake. That's right. Hey, I
Oh
want to
yeah, you
thank.
got to go.
No, I want to thank all you guys that came on tonight. Some of the other speakers have already dropped off, but for those of you that are still here, thank you for participating in Global Star Party. Maxie, thanks for dropping in and hanging out with us and commenting on Nico's work. Cesar, thank you again for showing us what goes on at those star parties in Argentina. And Marcello, thank you for all the great work that you're doing in Brazil. If this group of four guys could get together and do all the things that they do, it would be the most amazing astronomical event on the planet. And they do them actually, they do them in their own individual way. And so we're really lucky to bring them all together here with Global Star Party. And we'll be back next Tuesday on the 28th. Carrie Letelier, who is, I mentioned her earlier in the program, but she is going to be co-host for the 117th Global Star Party. And she'll be broadcasting, I think, from Chile. That's where she lives. That's home for her. She's recently back from Iceland. And when you guys see the images that she came back with from Iceland, the aurora and these ancient formations and stuff like that, it just made me want to just drop everything and buy a ticket and go to Iceland, So I think you guys are going to really enjoy it. I really enjoyed this particular Global Star Party, and I look forward to seeing you back. So you guys have a great night, and I want to thank the audience who's been watching from around the world. Thank you, and we will, as I mentioned too, we will be going to the Northeast Astronomy Forum. We'll be there we'll do actually the imaging conference, which is called the Northeast Imaging Astro Imaging Conference, and then NEEF. This all happens in the same area in Suffern, New York. So it starts on the, I think it's the 13th, 14th, and then NEEF is the 15th and 16th. So we'll be there for that whole period. Come on by if you're coming and say hello. So you guys have a great night. And as my friend Jack Horkheimer always used to say, keep looking up.
Good night.
Good night.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Boa noite.
Buenas noches.
Bye-bye.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Bye.